Chapter 610. The Road of Immortalization opened. Everything was no different from the original work. Dizun made arrangements here. The creatures sealed by Heavenly Emperor Huang, the Kunlun remnant races Hua Shi, and the Nirvana Heavenly Lords sacrificed themselves to reforge the Immortalization Cauldron. Then, Zhou Tong made his move and broke through the Road of Immortalization, protecting Zhou Qing, Zhou Ye, and the others as they entered the immortal domain. This time, the Road of Immortalization opened. At most, there would be 2 to 3 spots. These spots were for cultivators who had achieved Dao. Zhou Qing and Zhou Ye had yet to attain Dao, and Zhou Qing's wife and children's cultivation levels were even weaker. The 4 of them together could only be considered as occupying 2 spots. Zhou Tong did not care much about the remaining half of the spots. Anyone in the universe who could fight their way and could enter. In the end, similar to the original work, Shakyamuni and Laozi came. However, because there were only half spots left, they were even more miserable than the original work. They barely passed with only their heads. The rest of their heads were still here. With all the spots passed, the Road of Immortalization was about to end. Outside the flying immortal planet, Zhou Tong held a dark green immortalization cauldron in his right hand and quietly looked down at the ancient planet. The next time the Road of Immortalization opens will be 1,000,000 years later, Zhou Tong said softly. The Road of Immortalization began to collapse. Endless cracks were spreading. Finally, with a loud bang, the entire Road of Immortalization exploded, turning into an endless rain of light. At the same time, the rain of light on the Road of Immortalization scattered and rushed to various parts of the universe. It was incomparably brilliant, as if there were immortals dancing. It was as if the immortal realm had opened and connected with this world. Oh my God, someone really became an immortal. Immortal ascension in broad daylight. I didn't expect it to be true. Cultivators all over the universe went crazy. Many cultivators even had tears in their eyes and looked excited. For countless years, immortals had always been a legend in the universe. Today, they finally saw the Road of Immortalization. The Road of Immortalization on the flying immortal planet is real. The celestial tyrant emperor connected the immortal domain, but the spots for immortalization are limited. He didn't go himself and let his younger brother and sister become immortals. I'm jealous. Why am I not his brother? Everyone roared when they found out about those who had become immortals. This pair of brother and sister had simply picked up a spot to become immortals for free, causing countless people in the universe to be envious and jealous. However, Zhou Tong did not care about these voices in the universe at all. He stood quietly in the sky above the flying immortal planet without any expression on his face. He held the Immortal Ascension Cauldron in one hand and quietly watched the Immortal Ascension Road disappear. From the looks of it, it seems like the Sovereign is trying to locate the coordinates of the immortal domain again. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with countless Dao patterns. He was calculating the arrangements the Sovereign had left here. If it was an ordinary great emperor, perhaps he wouldn't be able to see anything. However, Zhou Tong already knew the ancestors' plan. He deduced the cause and effect and looked for evidence. He immediately found some clues. When the Sovereign established the Heavenly Court, he set up all kinds of array patterns all over the universe. Later, he attempted to sacrifice those supreme beings on the Immortal Ascension Road and was killed because of it. Then, he faked his death and went into seclusion to set up his plans in secret. Zhou Tong thought silently. Perhaps these were all the Sovereign's plans. He was probing the immortal domain and the world between the cracks. He wanted to further confirm those important nodes so that he could complete his world cauldron plan. It was even possible that the Sovereign had been continuing his plans for countless years. At this moment, the Immortal Ascension Cauldron spoke. Fellow Taoist, I want to be free. I don't want to be an ignorant weapon anymore. Even if I'm the most ordinary mortal, I want to jump out. I hope fellow Taoist can help me. It hoped that Zhou Tong could help it and shatter the Immortal Ascension Cauldron to free it. It's a bit difficult for me to do it alone. Zhou Tong looked at the Immortal Ascension Cauldron. His martial Dao heavenly eye flickered, reflecting the endless profound runes within. He had to admit that the immortal Ascension Cauldron was even more powerful than his dominating bell, as expected of something meticulously refined by the Sovereign. If the Sovereign hadn't given up on this cauldron because he was preparing for his World Cauldron plan, this cauldron would not be inferior to the immortal bell and desolate tower. It would be a supreme immortal artifact. Jotong only glanced at it for a moment. Soon, he had some different insights. No matter. I will do my best to help you, the immortal Ascension Cauldron deity said. Okay. Jotong pondered for a moment. Then, he threw out all of his formation diagrams. They immediately formed a supreme formation in the starry sky. After everything was ready, Jotong struck the immortal Ascension Cauldron with all his might. Instantly, chaos surged and immortal light shone. The center of the formation was illuminated, but then it dimmed. Boom! In the end, under the combined power of Jotong and the immortal Ascension Cauldron, the immortal Ascension Cauldron finally exploded. Countless fragments turned into rays of green light that shot out in all directions. At the same time, the deity struggled out of the immortal Ascension Cauldron. With a long roar, its body cracked. At the same time, its terrifying aura that was comparable to a true immortal's quickly dissipated. Rays of light flew out of its body and turned into countless rays of light that imprinted themselves on the formation that Jotong had set up. That was the supreme God law of the immortal Ascension Cauldron deity. When the immortal Ascension Cauldron deity broke free, it naturally had to break free from the interference of these God laws. The immortal Ascension Cauldron deity also shrank rapidly under the condition of losing its God laws. In the end, a chubby little fatty who looked only 2 or 3 years old appeared. At this moment, the immortal Ascension Cauldron deity finally turned into a human and broke free from its deity state. However, at the same time, it lost all of its memories and no longer had the terrifying power of the immortal Ascension Cauldron. It's done. Jotong casually put away the little fatty and sealed it. Then his eyes flickered as he looked at the abandoned God laws. The God laws that were abandoned by the immortal Ascension Cauldron deity turned into the shape of a cauldron that flashed with countless runes of the great Tao. The immortal Ascension Cauldron's runes turned into a cauldron. It's too similar to the immortal bell imprint that I obtained. Jotong lamented in his heart. However, he didn't waste it. Instead, he took out his immortal bell and broke down these runes bit by bit, imprinting them onto his own bell. Buzz! As all the runes were imprinted, Jotong could feel that his bell had become even heavier. The immortal Ascension Cauldron's great Tao runes seemed to have given the immortal bell the most basic support, causing the bell's attacks to become even stronger. As expected of an emperor's item, it feels like the esoteric secret of all. If I study it carefully, I might gain some other benefits. Jotong casually put away all the formations around him and also took away all the fragments of the immortal cauldron. After that, he returned to the God domain once more and quietly comprehended the numerous rune brands. The immortal Ascension Cauldron's runes gave his immortal bell an all-around boost. Not only did it increase the weight, but it also increased the vibration of sound waves and many other powers. Chapter 6:11. This was a glorious era that had never been seen before. The accumulation of the ages had exploded in this era. There were too many geniuses in this era, so many that it was shocking. In this era, powerful bloodlines were born one after another. Geniuses rose up one after another. Many of these geniuses might have been able to prove their Tao and become a great emperor in an ordinary era. However, in this era, too many people had died. Countless people had fought against each other and died in the end. Even the children of ancient emperors, imperial princes, and the children of the supreme beings of forbidden regions had died. Those who survived in the end were the most powerful among them. Some of the powerful ancient emperors' children didn't lose out to the glory of their fathers. I'm lucky to be born in this era and witness the extreme glory of the universe. Even the forbidden regions were wiped out one after another. It's really exciting. However, it's also unfortunate. There are too many geniuses in this era. It's too much of a waste. If it was in another era, there would definitely be a few great emperors. Especially now, with the suppression of Celestial Emperor Huang, no one can prove their Tao. Even the extremely powerful tyrant body couldn't break through that layer of restriction. The suppression of Celestial Emperor Huang's Tao is too strong. Countless people in the universe were lamenting. Firstly, they were lamenting about the gathering of the stars in this era. Secondly, they lamented that the Blood Phoenix was too powerful. His Emperor's Tao law suppressed the other geniuses until they couldn't breathe. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. Zhou Tong was already 1,500 years old. This amount of time was nothing to Zhou Tong's current lifespan. This was because even if he hadn't proven his Tao, his lifespan was at least 20,000 years. He had even surpassed ordinary great emperors and ancient emperors. In these 500 years, many things had happened. For example, Huang Shu Dao, the Golden Maiden, and the Dragon Maiden, who had reached the pinnacle, had joined forces to kill their way into the divine realm in order to avenge their father. However, the three of them had an extremely tragic ending. A sword chi soared through the sky and directly killed the three great sons and daughters of the ancient emperors who had achieved the Tao through different means. The tyrant Celestial Emperor is invincible. Even if he hasn't proven his Tao, he's still extremely strong. Even Celestial Emperor Huang might not be able to suppress him. Countless people in the universe sighed. After this battle, no one dared to come to the deity domain to cause trouble. The deity domain once again regained its usual peace. Everyone knew that Zhou Tong was the most special person in the universe. No one could compete with him. Even Celestial Emperor Huang didn't dare to underestimate him. He might have reached an agreement with him in secret. In the past 500 years, the Saint Prince Yi Fan, Tai Chu, the Emperor, and the others, and even the human demon and the crazy all wanted to break through the last barrier and forcefully prove their Tao under the suppression of the great emperor. However, without exception, all of them were devoured by the myriad Tao and returned in dismay. However, Zhou Tong could clearly see that among this group of cultivators who were trying to challenge the suppression of the myriad Tao, only Yi Fan had real hope. Everyone else was suppressed by the myriad Tao. Even their cultivation could only be stuck in the state of achieving Tao in another way, unable to advance. However, only Yi Fan was still advancing triumphantly. In the process of challenging the myriad Tao, he kept advancing and breaking through himself. My previous guess was right. Indeed, only cultivators who have severed the great Tao can still advance triumphantly and advance even further, and even ultimately prove their Tao in a situation where others are proving their Tao. Zhou Tong thought to himself, it was foreseeable that if Yi Fan continued to challenge the myriad Tao like this, his cultivation would become more and more powerful. The experience that he had lost along the way would probably be made up for bit by bit in the process of challenging the myriad Tao. However, Zhou Tong also understood that in the original work, Yi Fan had broken through the myriad Tao to prove his Tao when he was around 2,700 years old. However, in this life, if he wanted to reach this realm, he would need to cultivate until at least his second life. The reason was very simple. In the original work, the Golden Crow Thearka's great Tao was flawed. Even if he made up for it later, he was only infinitely close to perfection and had not reached the true perfection state. However, Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix incarnation was different. His Tao was perfected from the beginning. Just this point alone made the difficulty several times higher. On this day, Zhou Tong, who had been in seclusion in the divine realm, opened his eyes. His aura was even stronger, and the myriad Tao wailed above his head. It was as if the myriad Tao in this universe could no longer withstand his pressure. I'm already 1,500 years old. After comprehending for so many years, it's time for me to truly step on the myriad Tao. Zhou Tong muttered to himself. At the same time, he stood up and went to the wasteland of the universe. Boom! He hadn't transcended the tribulation yet, but there was an inexplicable aura of a great tribulation that enveloped the entire universe. Everyone felt as if they were ants under the tribulation. The sea of stars shook. It's over at the wasteland of the universe. That's right, it's the tyrant body. He's finally preparing to break through to the arch realm. So strong, so strong. It's too heaven-defying. It's really the wailing of the myriad Tao. I can feel the wailing of the myriad Tao. He actually cultivated to this stage under the suppression of the current arch. He's terrifyingly strong. This is the closest to success among all the prodigies who are trying to break through to the arch realm. I knew it. With Zhou Tong's domineering personality, how could he tolerate having the myriad Tao suppressing him? He's finally going to make a move. Does this mean that the demon race's immortal court and the tyrant body's bloodline will break off? Everyone was shocked when they sensed Zhou Tong's terrifying aura and the wailing of the myriad Tao. Yi Fan, the monarch, the beginning, and the saint prince were all awakened from their seclusion. They opened their eyes and looked at the wasteland of the universe. So strong, really so strong. How did he cultivate? The great emperor of the present age is suppressed by 10,000 Daos, but he can still cultivate to this step. What is going on? The saint prince was puzzled. He had been stuck and couldn't make any progress, but his opponent was still advancing. So strong that it's hard to understand. This aura is much more terrifying than the heavenly Emperor Huang of the demon race. The beginning was also shocked. He vaguely saw a supreme arch that was above the myriad Tao. He already has the aura of our master. The sovereign's disciple, the monarch, exclaimed. This aura was already invincible in the world. As expected, Zhou Tong has improved again. He's not affected by the myriad Tao suppression at all. To be precise, the myriad Tao can no longer affect him. Yi Fan opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Tong thoughtfully. Is it because of the Tao severing? He and I are both Tao severing. That's why we can make such progress. Yi Fan's eyes lit up when he thought of this. Since someone could do this, then could he do it too? Big Dipper in the demon race's immortal court. As expected, the heavenly heart mark is unstable. The blood phoenix's incarnation looked at the trembling heavenly heart mark in his body. Zhou Tong had seen the formation process of the heavenly heart mark and comprehended the complete heavenly heart mark. However, he had never seen the heavenly heart mark being broken. This was a rare opportunity to explore the mystery of the heavenly heart mark. Chapter 612. Boom! Finally, the heavenly tribulation descended. Light flickered in the universe and thunder rumbled. Everyone in the universe could feel the pressure that originated from the great Tao in the depths of their souls. This pressure was suffocating. The higher one's cultivation, the more terrifying this pressure was. Even a ninth heaven quasi-emperor felt like he was being suppressed by a powerful pressure to the point that he couldn't move. It was as if he was carrying 1,000,000 stars. Boom! At the edge of the universe, countless stars turned into cosmic dust. Nothing could be left in front of the world-destroying divine thunder. Even if one or two emperor weapon fragments floated in the air, they would be turned into dust by this lightning tribulation. The entire transformation was surging with chaos, presenting a scene of the creation of heaven and earth. Everyone who looked at the edge of the universe was shocked to find that Kuan Peng, immortal phoenix, true dragon, and many other immortal birds and strange beasts appeared in the sea of thunder. The most terrifying thing was that behind those immortal birds and strange beasts, there were also immortal divine herbs floating in the sea. This was the first time everyone saw such things appear in a heavenly tribulation. Especially behind those immortal divine herbs, there were faces that appeared. They emitted an incomparably terrifying aura of immortal Tao laws and displayed peerless divine power. That kind of power was beyond everyone's imagination. Of course, such a strange scene could only be seen by cultivators who achieved the Tao in another way. Rumor has it that the immortal divine herbs are all fallen immortals. Could this be true? Everyone who saw this scene was shocked and thought of a legend. Zhou Tong stood in the sky in the lightning tribulation. Endless divine light, lightning, and even the immortal Tao laws of the immortal divine herbs rushed toward him. The vast and boundless starry sky shattered as heaven and earth were created. This scene was simply too terrifying. The power of destruction was simply too powerful, enough to hack a supreme being to death. However, Jotong didn't feel it all. He just stood there with a 9-colored bell floating above his head. He quietly operated the Thunder Emperor technique and turned all the lightning and divine light into nourishment. Unbelievably powerful. He can even absorb this kind of lightning as nourishment. Fire Qilin looked at the edge of the universe with a trace of sadness in his eyes. He was afraid that he would never be able to catch up to this opponent in his lifetime. This is really heaven-defying. The Emperor sighed. At the same time, a trace of bitterness appeared in his heart. Was he really a match for such a tyrant body? At this moment, all the powerful beings in the universe were silent. The heavenly tribulation before them was too heaven-defying. In the immortal court of the demon race in the Big Dipper, Your Majesty, many great sage-level great demons turned to Jotong's Blood Phoenix avatar with concern. They were afraid. They were afraid that Jotong would really go against the heavens and prove his Tao. At that time, what would happen to the demon race in Immortal Court? Didn't I join the demon race's Immortal Court just so that the great emperor can take care of my race's bloodline? But in this situation, they felt like they had chosen the wrong person. It's all right. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, it won't affect our demon race Immortal Court. The Blood Phoenix's voice spread out, and immediately everyone's restless hearts gradually calmed down. The Blood Phoenix had already accumulated great power in Big Dipper, and no one dared to doubt his words. At the same time, in the wasteland of the universe, rumble, in the endless sea of thunder, the stalks of immortal godly herbs turned into the most terrifying killing calamities. Behind each stalk of immortal godly herb was a human face, emitting a terrifying immortal chi, as if they had existed for countless eras. They are all familiar faces. Jotong looked at the faces behind the immortal divine herbs and sighed. Jotong had seen some of the previous lives of the immortal divine herbs with the reincarnation mirror, so he was very familiar with those faces. But at the same time, there were many that he had never seen before, because he didn't know how many immortal divine herbs have been destroyed over the years. However, it's time to officially break the myriad Tao. Jotong looked up at the sky. In this universe, there is nothing that can make me look up at it like this. Dong! Finally, a bell rang. Jotong's palm slapped on the tyrant bell, and the myriad bell wave instantly condensed, and finally turned into a terrifying sword light, rushing into the sky, directly breaking the heavenly heart and tearing apart the suppression of the myriad Tao. Even an extremely terrifying passage appeared in the sea of thunder, leading directly to the heavenly heart mark. At this moment, everyone in the universe felt that their surroundings were empty, and they could no longer feel the existence of the myriad Tao in the universe. This feeling was as if the entire universe had been destroyed. Jotong walked proudly, and along the way, he went straight to the 9 heavens. Boom! Clang! Whomp! At this moment, all the sea of thunder was split open, and only the tribulation formed by the immortal divine herbs could still move. The faces behind the immortal divine herbs suddenly spat out immortal light. Dozens of immortal lights gathered in the void, and finally turned into an immortal light, rushing toward Jotong. This was the most terrifying tribulation, containing the most original power of the universe. Back then, when Huang Tian Emperor repaired the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he used these immortal Tao laws. Actually, I have already seen most of the Tao. These things are no longer a threat to me. Jotong looked at the immortal light and waved his hand. Suddenly, half of the immortal lights suddenly trembled, and then were controlled by Jotong to attack the other half of the immortal lights that were not under his control. The sky trembled violently, and the immortal lights danced in the sky, cutting off the eternal sky. However, all of this was just the aftermath of the immortal lights, and it could no longer affect Jotong. Jotong leisurely took out his overlord bell, and the mouth of the bell swallowed all the immortal lights in the sky. Without the tribulation blocking the way, Zhou turned into a light and rushed straight up. At this moment, the light beam became the only thing in the universe, and everyone was trembling in fear. It pierced through the heart of the sky, and it was as high as heaven. Ha 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 ha! Seeing this, a burst of laughter that was enough to shake the universe came from the Overlord ancestral star. The few Overlord bodies who had achieved great success were very excited when they woke up. There was finally a Tao verifier in the Overlord body lineage, and it was an unprecedented great emperor who broke the shackles of the myriad Tao when there was a Tao verifier in the world. Overlord Celestial Emperor. Overlord Celestial Emperor. Overlord Celestial Emperor. The roar of the Overlord ancestral star was enough to shake the entire universe. Countless people knew that the Overlord body lineage would definitely reach a higher level and suppress the universe. This was because everyone felt that a figure seemed to have appeared above the myriad Tao, and all the rules were trampled below. At this moment, his own great Emperor Tribulation also appeared, and it was even more violent and powerful, shaking the starry sky. The terrifying thunder tribulation continued, and the immortal divine herbs also seemed to have reached a higher level. They no longer only showed a face, but also a figure. These were all former immortal kings. However, this kind of heavenly tribulation still didn't have much effect on Zhou Tong, and it was only helping him. This was because he had the Thunder Emperor technique, which was a technique to control heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the most lethal heavenly tribulation was the immortal tribulation transformed by the immortal divine herbs. Zhou Tong was very familiar with most of the great Taoists. Zhou Tong bathed in the immortal light, and his physical body and primordial spirit were further transformed. On the other side, his bell was transforming even more violently. This bell had already reached a limit, and now it was catalyzed by the most terrifying heavenly tribulation. All the great Taoists were integrated into one, and it was further improved. I see. This is the scene of the heavenly core mark dissipating. At this moment, Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation also further studied the heavenly core mark. He sensed the changes of the mark dissipating, and for a moment, he felt a lot of emotions. The great Emperor Tribulation continued, and after an unknown period of time, the Thunder Tribulation finally dissipated. At this moment, Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation moved his mind, and the broken heavenly core mark condensed again. However, at this moment, he also felt that his original body was above the heavenly core mark and the myriad Tao. He really stepped on the myriad Tao, and he was the only one. Chapter 613. The heaven's heart mark dissipated after it was condensed. Now that it has condensed again, I've already studied most of the mysteries of this mark. The blood phoenix incarnation looked at the heaven's heart mark in his body and understood that he no longer needed to rely on this mark. He could even abandon it directly. The Golden Crow Emperor in the original novel is indeed incapable. But looking back, Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation reflected on the Golden Crow Emperor and was speechless. Someone breaking through the myriad Tao was a rare opportunity. No one had ever experienced such a feeling since ancient times. The Golden Crow Emperor in the original novel was of the arch with the heaven's heart mark, but he actually treated this as a disaster instead of an opportunity. This was truly a waste of an opportunity that had only appeared since ancient times. If the Golden Crow Emperor in the original novel had seized this opportunity, he might have been able to advance further and use this opportunity to find the opportunity to live a third life. He might even be able to embark on a path similar to that of a mortal immortal in the future. Actually, it's not that the Golden Crow Emperor is incapable. It's just that his thinking is limited. It's limited by the path of countless supremes since ancient times, Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. In fact, almost all the thearchs and ancient emperors were limited. The cultivators who truly realized that they didn't have to sever their own lives and continued to advance to become immortals in the mortal world were Dizun. Back then, the immortal emperor was also one of the venerable sovereign's people. He He might have been influenced by the venerable sovereign and walked on this path. The feather monarch might have also been influenced by the venerable sovereign and started to study the method of transformation. That was how he successfully lived his third life. Dizun's influence might even have indirectly affected Emperor Ruthless. The entanglement between Emperor Ruthless and the Yuhua God dynasty might have allowed her to see the path of transformation clearly. And Emperor Ruthless had indirectly affected Yi Fan in the original novel. The method of longevity and transformation in this world was actually not passed down from Heavenly Emperor Huang. This was because Heavenly Emperor Huang's 8 lifetimes were when he returned to the Age of Emperors. Not many people knew that he had lived so many lifetimes in reverse. The actual source of this world's cultivation method was actually Dizun. Those who weren't influenced by Dizun might not be able to walk such a path. Next, it's time to take a walk in the universe and see if I can get some unprecedented insights. Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix incarnation did not stay in seclusion in the Big Dipper. After arranging some things, he directly left the demon race immortal court and went to a secret place to wait for his main body. Meanwhile, on the other side, the great Emperor Tribulation ended. Zhou Tong's aura burst forth. Immortal light shone brilliantly, shocking the world. This was the aura of Wu Kei Heavenly Emperor. That kind of light, that kind of power was simply incomparable, as if it was going to destroy the world. Everyone felt an extremely terrifying aura descending into the world. He's really become an emperor. His aura is even stronger than Huang Tiandi. Everywhere in the universe, everyone who sensed this aura trembled. It was the aura of Zhou Tong, the aura of the tyrant body of the Azure Heavens. It was so domineering that it shrouded the entire world. He really succeeded, turning into Wu Kei Great Emperor under the suppression of the present age Great Emperors, creating a miracle since ancient times. Who knew how many people were sighing? Zhou Tong was really too strong, creating an unprecedented miracle. However, when they came to their senses, many of the geniuses' faces turned pale. They realized that something was wrong. Originally, there was only one Huang Tiandi's great Tao in the universe that was suppressing them. But now, there was an additional tyrant body of the Azure Heavens above the Heavenly Heart imprint, which undoubtedly made them even more embarrassed. Previously, it was only the myriad Tao that stopped them from progressing. But now they just meditated for a while and felt their blood boiling. They were greatly suppressed. This feeling was as if the entire universe was suppressing and rejecting them. It's the bloodline of the tyrant body. Everyone's faces turned pale. They had never thought that the bloodline of the tyrant body would be so domineering after attaining Tao, forcefully suppressing all those who did not possess the bloodline of the tyrant body. Even Yi Fan could not help but change his expression. This was because he also felt that it was difficult for him to cultivate. He was suppressed by the extremely domineering aura of the tyrant body. This feeling, it feels like the 50th level of the ancient road of the human race. Yi Fan was secretly shocked. At the 50th level of the human race, because of the death of a tyrant body, the entire planet was filled with dense spiritual energy. However, it was only suitable for cultivators with the bloodline of the tyrant body to cultivate. Any other bloodline would be suppressed. Now, the tyrant body of the Azure Heavens had attained Tao and was extremely domineering. This was because this time it was not just suppressing a star region, but the entire universe. Moreover, it was suppressing not only the great Tao, but also bloodline. Damn it, the entire universe will be suppressed by the tyrant body of the Azure Heavens. It will be difficult for ordinary cultivators to progress, let alone quasi-emperors. The entire golden era has become a wedding dress for the tyrant lineage. After realizing this, everyone in the starry sky secretly cursed. I can't continue to try in this life. I have to go back and seal myself. I can only come out after the tyrant body's great Tao dissipates. Otherwise, once I'm contaminated by the tyrant body's great Tao, even if I seal myself, it won't have much effect. Fire Qilin was dejected. I can't come out in this life. The sacred prince also understood and began to look for a place to seal himself. The domineering aura of the tyrant body suppressed the entire universe. In the universe's starry sky, countless people were dejected and depressed. All the sky prides knew that if they did not seal themselves, they would never have the hope of attaining Tao. Haha, the tyrant body will dominate the starry sky. Great! The tyrant body's ancestral planet was different from the countless people in the starry sky. They were extremely excited, and some were so excited that they cried. Many cultivators even felt that when they cultivated, it was as if they had the help of the gods. Some principles that were difficult to comprehend in the past were much easier to comprehend now. I didn't expect the tyrant body to have such an effect. The word tyrant in the tyrant body is not just for show. At this moment, Zhou Tong was also astonished. When others attained Tao, their Tao would suppress 10,000 Taos. However, when his tyrant body attained Tao, not only did it suppress 10,000 Taos, but it also suppressed other bloodlines. Even the sacred battle ape, who is known to have the most domineering bloodline, could not achieve this effect. My bell is one step faster than me. Zhou Tong's eyes turned and looked at his tyrant bell. He had refined the flesh and weapons of 22 Emperor Tao Supremes. This number had already surpassed the immortal emperor. In addition, he had refined the immortal bell and immortal cauldron's Tao inscriptions and developed the 9 great immortal gold profundities. Now that he had experienced the baptism of the immortal divine medicine's heavenly tribulation, he had improved further and reached the level of an immortal. The current tyrant bell could be said to be a true immortal artifact. It was not any weaker than the immortal cauldron and diamond carving. The 9 great immortal gold profundities have been completely integrated. In addition to the runes of the heavenly tribulation, the great Tao inscriptions of the ancient emperors, and the runes of the immortal bell and immortal cauldron, it's normal to achieve this step. Zhou Tong was not arrogant at all. He knew very well that the current tyrant bell could only be considered the weakest immortal artifact, because he, the owner, had not reached the level of an immortal. The laws on the bell were rather chaotic. He had to further organize and refine it before he could take another step forward. Moreover, to completely organize the laws and runes on the bell, he would probably have to reach the level of a true immortal. This was his Tao Ascension artifact. He had to be careful and not let anything beyond his control contaminate it. I'll slowly cultivate in seclusion. Zhou Tong shook his head in the end. He was walking the path of a combat immortal, but unfortunately, there were no opponents. He could only cultivate in seclusion like an ordinary cultivator. Chapter 614. The Overlord body has proven his Tao. This news swept through the starry sky like a storm and tsunami. Everyone was shocked. The impact of this matter was too great. This was because not only did he defy the heavens and prove his Tao under the suppression of the Heavenly Emperor's heavenly core imprint, but also because of his identity. He was an overlord body that couldn't achieve Tao. But now, all the rules and laws were ineffective in front of him. He rushed through them. A 1,500-year-old great emperor. This age was considered fast among the great emperors, but it wasn't the fastest. It could only be considered above average. But combined with his identity as an overlord body and the suppression of the heavenly emperor, it was already heaven-defying to achieve such an achievement at this age. Many people even thought that when Zhou Tong was 200 years old, he had used external forces to reach the supreme being level of battle prowess. When he was 300 years old, he had achieved the Tao. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Blood Phoenix, he would have been able to prove his Tao at that time. According to this age of more than 300 years old, he should be the youngest among all the great emperors since ancient times. On the other side, Zhou Tong checked his bell. Then, with a thought, he knew where the Blood Phoenix was. Zhou Tong took a step and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. He went to meet up with his incarnation and exchange insights. After breaking the heavenly core imprint, his original body had been upgraded. However, the Blood Phoenix's incarnation had witnessed the heavenly core imprint being broken and then reformed. This kind of insight didn't lose to Zhou Tong's original body at all. After Zhou Tong met up with his incarnation, he merged the two different insights at the same time. Immediately, the two of them gained a lot. They sat here together for 100 years and quietly turned these insights into their own nourishment to push themselves forward. After that, Zhou Tong went into seclusion again. He had to reorganize his overlord bell to make the laws on the bell smoother and confirm that his Tao was the master of this bell. After all, the overlord bell was half a step ahead of him and had reached the state of an immortal weapon in advance. It had to be refined at all times. During the process of refinement, the countless runes of the Grand Tao branded on the bell fed back to Zhou Tong, allowing him to advance even further. On the other side, the Blood Phoenix avatar was wandering around the universe. He was searching for the insights and imprints of those supreme beings who had once walked the path of immortality. These were the most crucial things, which gave Zhou Tong a different perspective. There is no lack of great Taos and philosophies in this world. Generations after generations of supreme geniuses had gone crazy for the sake of immortality. They had tried all kinds of experiments in great Taos. There were sovereigns of the Forbidden Lands who severed their Tao fruits and turned them into forbidden lands. There were demon emperors who wandered the path of immortal ascension, leaving behind their insights. There were feather emperors who walked the divine spirit road and advanced triumphantly. There were also sovereigns who severed their Tao fruits at their peak and cultivated anew, surpassing their past. There were also vicious emperors who dreamed of eternity and advanced in their dreams. In this world, the most precious things were the various supreme beings' attempts and insights in order to live on. They were things that did not exist in many other worlds. Only places like Zhetian, where the great Taos of heaven and earth were perfect, but the world's origin was lacking, had unique characteristics. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Tong was now 5,000 years old. Many of his former opponents, friends, and enemies in the universe were already old. Cultivators who had achieved Tao through other means were only around 10,000 years old. Some boundary emperors who had not achieved Tao were only around 8,000 years old. Now that 5 years had passed, most of their lives had passed. As for the great saints, their lifespans were even shorter. 5,000 years old meant that they were nearing the end of their lives. Some saints were even close to passing away and could choose a burial place for themselves. However, Zhou Tong was different. With his current lifespan, he had at least 28,000 years. 5,000 years old was only equivalent to 17 or 18 years old for an ordinary person. He was still in the youth period. He was still at the peak of his life. His cultivation, magic power, and blood were still growing stronger and stronger. He was merely overseeing the divine realm, but countless people in the entire universe could sense his vast, ocean-like aura and his extremely domineering aura. They could not muster the slightest bit of will to resist. In Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly rings, all the immortal divine herbs were harvested again. The Qilin divine herbs, the white tiger divine herbs, the human-shaped divine herbs, the Fusang divine tree, the ancient tree of life, the black tortoise divine herbs, the peaches of immortality divine herbs, and the ginseng fruit had all grown again. The tree of enlightenment had also harvested countless tree of enlightenment tea leaves. Normally, it would harvest 365 leaves per year. During the good years, it could harvest as many as 3,000 leaves. This was enough to ensure that Zhou Tong had tree of enlightenment tea to drink every day. Zhou Tong fulfilled his promise and gave the fruits of the immortal divine medicine to all his old classmates who were still alive, except for Yifan. They were all given one each. Anyway, the immortal divine herbs would grow again every 4,000 years. There was still time to wait. At the same time, the Tyrant clan dominated the starry sky during this period. After Zhou Tong attained his Tao, the bloodline aura of the Tyrant clan spread throughout the universe, benefiting the entire clan. Although under Zhou Tong's restriction, the Tyrant body lineage restrained itself in the process of interacting with other races and cultivators. However, With the current power of the tyrant body lineage, even if they restrained their overbearing and intimidating aura, it was enough to make all the cultivators in the starry sky retreat. At the same time, on the other side, the demon race's immortal court was also extremely powerful. Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation also had an exuberant blood vitality. This was a true incarnation on the level of one of the 10 vicious beasts. In particular, it came from the phoenix bloodline, the one with the most exuberant vitality. Moreover, it also cultivated the imperishable scripture. In terms of lifespan, it was much longer than Zhou Tong's original body. It had a lifespan of 30,000 years. Most importantly, its aura was also constantly growing. Although it was not as strong and domineering as Zhou Tong's original body, in the eyes of outsiders, its aura was not too far behind Zhou Tong's. Instead, it was growing at the same time. If Zhou Tong, who was 5,000 years old, was equivalent to an 18-year-old ordinary person, then the Blood Phoenix was only 16 years old. It was even younger. Not to mention the Celestial Tyrant Emperor, who has surpassed everything. The Celestial Tyrant Emperor is also not simple. It's been 4,000 years, and her aura is still growing. She hasn't reached the peak yet. It's terrifying. She's not inferior to the Celestial Tyrant Emperor at all. This era's brilliance has become the stage for the Celestial Tyrant Emperor and the Celestial Tyrant Emperor. Some people in the starry sky exclaimed. They had always been guessing that the battle between Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix would happen, but it never happened. This disappointed many cultivators who had a grudge against them, but it also calmed them down. Many cultivators in the universe really didn't want the two great emperors of the present era to fight, because once they did, the aftermath would destroy many star regions. In the divine realm, it's been 5,000 years. Half of my life has passed, and I'm getting old. I don't know how long I can accompany you in the future. Yin Ruyu's voice carried a trace of vicissitudes and emotions. Zhou Tong had given her the immortal puppet of immortality. After consuming it, her face would not age. Therefore, Yin Ryu was still young and beautiful, but her heart had been baptized by the vicissitudes of life and time. Don't worry too much. The immortal divine medicine is still growing. In the future, it can be refined into the 9 revolutions golden pill, Zhou Tong said. It's not the same. Seal me and my children together. Yin Ryu was a little emotional. She knew that she had no hope of attaining Tao, at least in this life. Zhou Tong was silent for a while. Then, he sealed Yin Ryu and his 2 children together. He sat quietly on the platform of the divine realm and looked at the starry sky. His eyes became deeper and deeper. Chapter 6:15. In the blink of an eye, another 5,000 years had passed. Zhou Tong was already 10,000 years old. The entire world was silent. Those who were dead. Those who were sealed. Only Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix were still standing proudly in the starry sky. At the same time, the blood chi of Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix had reached a new peak and no longer continued to grow. Instead, they entered a long period of stability. However, just because their blood chi had reached the peak didn't mean that their cultivation couldn't continue to grow. Zhou Tong was familiar with many immortal ancient secret techniques, and now he had officially begun to comprehend them. Not only the vicious 10 treasure techniques, but also the chaos calming art, immortal tribulation sword technique, white tiger treasure technique, golden crow treasure technique, world annihilation fist, and many other supreme powers that he had obtained but didn't have time to seriously comprehend. There was even a white tiger and a golden crow in his 10 heavenly paradise divine rings. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Tong or the Blood Phoenix, their cultivation was still rapidly growing. On this day, Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes and said leisurely, "It's about time. If I don't try it now, my blood chi will start to decline in a few thousand years." At the same time, in the demon race immortal court of the Big Dipper, Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar came out of seclusion again and headed straight to the wasteland of the universe. BZZ. On this day, the universe that had been peaceful for a long time finally welcomed an unimaginable turbulence. The aura of extreme Tao covered the sky and earth, covering the entire universe. A huge blood phoenix flew in the universe, and its scarlet feathers flowed with extreme Tao divine power. This blood phoenix was incomparably huge, majestic, and boundless. It was like a god that created the world. His incomparably majestic Dharma idol was truly too astonishing. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around it, and as each of its feathers trembled, unimaginable rays of light flowed, as if a divine river of crimson clouds hung from the nine heavens. This aura was too shocking. Even many cultivators who had long sealed themselves couldn't help but open their eyes and wake up. They quietly looked at the wasteland of the universe. Its celestial Emperor Huang. What was he doing? Someone was shocked. What a terrifying aura. In the starry sky of the universe, Yi Fan, who was already somewhat old, also looked over in shock. During these years, the other geniuses had basically sealed themselves. Only Yi Fan was unwilling to admit defeat. He sealed his wife away, but he was still trying to break through to the Emperor realm. It could be said that the current Yi Fan's combat strength was not inferior to that of the original work before he had validated his Tao. In fact, it was even stronger. Unfortunately, the suppression of the Blood Phoenix's Tao was not like the incomplete Golden Crow Arch in the original work. The suppression of the Myriad Tao was much stronger than that of the Golden Crow Arch in the original work. Thus, Yi Fan had yet to validate his Tao. However, with Yi Fan's current realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to live for at least 17,000 to 18,000 years. Now that he was 10,000 years old, he only looked slightly old with his hair mixed in black and white. The Dharma idol squeezes the starry sky, just like my father in his later years, transforming into a war immortal. This celestial Emperor Huang is going to transform into a war immortal. The sacred prince was also shocked. He directly broke through the origin and stared into the depths of the starry sky with his fiery eyes, afraid that he would miss a single detail. However, after taking a closer look, he was even more shocked. His blood chi is still at its peak. It's not yet the time when he has to fight in his later years. Also, there's no reason why he can't find the immortal divine herb and live a brand new life. Unless he had already consumed the immortal divine herb countless years ago. Could it be that one has to be at the peak of one's life to become a war immortal? My father took the wrong path. The sacred prince came to a realization. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was correct. The path of a war immortal was a path that relied on one's combat strength to become a war immortal. Naturally, one had to be at the peak of one's life to have the possibility of becoming a war immortal. When one's blood chi declined in their later years, their combat strength would drop, and they would definitely lose. Boom! The terrifying aura covered the sky and covered the earth. Myriad Tao wailed in the universe. Everyone looked at the blood phoenix in shock. The scorching flames burned the starry sky and fiercely roasted the blood phoenix. Large areas of the starry sky caved in and turned into a cauldron. The myriad Tao of the universe was the fire, and the karma of the heavens was the fire. It burned to its heart's content. Endless life essence condensed in the starry sky. That area used the universe as the cauldron to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and smelt the blood phoenix. Countless galaxies in the nearby star fields were extinguished. Endless connate essence was pouring into that area. At the same time, the blood phoenix's body emitted a monstrous light. It connected with the outside world and became stronger. Zhou martial Tao Heavenly eye had long opened. He could see very clearly that this was an extremely domineering method. It forcefully opened the door of potential in the body and forcefully raised the power of the outside world and one's own body to the limit. Then it was poured into every door of potential in the body. This was the method of becoming a war immortal in the Age of Doom, when heaven and earth did not allow one to become a war immortal. Forcefully smelting the essence of heaven and earth and turning it into the door of potential to strengthen one's body, so that one could forcefully reach the realm where one could produce the essence of the immortal Tao. Endless runes emerged from the blood phoenix's body, covering every inch of its flesh and blood. There was an immortal and indestructible power that stabilized the blood phoenix's body. As soon as these runes appeared, countless people in this world sucked in a breath of cold air. This was definitely a supreme Tao fruit, a supreme body refining method. Countless people opened their heavenly eyes, wanting to see clearly. Unfortunately, these countless runes were shrouded in a crimson light. They were blurry and difficult to see clearly. These were the runes of the imperishable scripture. Only by manifesting these runes could one strengthen the door of potential in the body as much as possible, allowing it to contain even more power. Boom! Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The Tao of heaven and earth rumbled. All the essence of the universe condensed into the blood phoenix's body. Some star fields began to gradually dry up, as if they were about to enter the age of doom again. The war immortal Tao is truly domineering. This scene is exactly the same as my father in his later years. The sacred prince saw the changes in the universe and sighed inwardly. Using the avatar to contain endless divine power, then finally fusing the avatar into the main body. The most crucial step is the fusion step. My father was interfered with at this step by the immortal emperor and failed. The sacred prince thought to himself, the avatar didn't contain divine power like a cauldron that could contain divine power at will. Instead, it had to create an environment similar to one's own body. The place where the divine power was stored was similar to the door of potential. There couldn't be the slightest mistake at this step. If there was even the slightest mistake, the fusion would fail. However, regardless of whether the blood phoenix succeeds or not, this golden age of heaven and earth will definitely come to an end. The sacred prince sighed in the end. When his father became a war immortal in his later years, he was too domineering. In the end, the glorious primordial age disappeared, and heaven and earth entered the age of desolation. Chapter 6:16. In half a month, I should have absorbed enough power. Zhou Tong's eyes glowed, revealing countless runes. They were all the power contained in the body of the blood phoenix Dharma idol, as well as the corresponding node structure of the gate of potential. Next should be the most critical moment. Zhou Tong quietly looked at the blood phoenix in front of him. Bees easy. Finally, the blood phoenix that filled the starry sky finally moved. Its body instantly shrank by a lot, as if it had shrunk directly to half its size. But with this move, the universe trembled and space cracked. It was as if a star had suddenly collapsed, and the whole world seemed to be destroyed. Buzz. After spending half a day stabilizing the Dharma idol, the blood phoenix Dharma idol shrank again. The starry sky of the universe trembled, making everyone feel as if the universe was suddenly shrinking. Endless stars were shaking. Wong, wong, wong. Next, every half a day, the blood phoenix Dharma idol shrank by a lot. Wave after wave of space-time tides surged into the entire universe, as if changing the arrangement of the great path rules of the entire universe. This scene was too shocking. The post-antiquity era had not been around for long. It had only been a few 100,000 years, but now it was about to end and usher in a brand new era. Half a month later, the starry sky trembled. Everyone could see clearly that a blood phoenix spread its wings and flew in the starry sky. Opposite this blood phoenix, there was another blood phoenix burning with a dazzling light. Some of the large stars in the distance were melted by the scorching flames, turned into liquid, and then exploded with a loud bang. This kind of scene was too frightening, causing people to be intimidated. The blood phoenix that was emitting a dazzling light was the blood phoenix Dharma idol. It turned into light and turned into flames, as if it was going to burn the heavens. Everyone was worried that the universe would be destroyed because of this. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, countless divine chains of order appeared in the body of the blood phoenix Dharma idol. These divine chains firmly bound the blood phoenix Dharma idol that had been condensed to the limit and then pulled in the direction of its body. Ka, Boom! Wong! All sorts of strange sounds rang out. During the process of fusion, the blood phoenix's body cracked bit by bit, and then it recovered under the power of the phoenix's nirvana divine flame. Almost every time it fused a bit of power, an inch of its flesh would explode, making the blood phoenix look incomparably miserable. This was an incomparably bloody process. The path of a combat immortal was the cruelest path in the first place. What exploded was not only the flesh and blood of the blood phoenix, but also each of its secret realms and even its primordial spirit. However, during this process, it exuded an endless amount of vitality. Almost every time the blood phoenix Dharma idol fused together, it could greatly stimulate the physical body, enrich and expand the door of potential, causing the physical body to exude a vigorous vitality. This is too terrifying. Is this the process of becoming a war immortal? In the distance, Yi Fan was also very shocked. This was the first time he had truly seen a cultivator trying to become a war immortal. But why did Heavenly Emperor Huang want to become a combat immortal? Based on his actions, he shouldn't be walking the path of a war immortal. He should be transforming like the immortal emperor. However, after the shock, Yi Fan was filled with endless doubts. After all, based on Heavenly Emperor Huang's battle style and other actions, although his battle strength was frightening, his battle strength was completely different from Zhou Tong's. He shouldn't be walking the path of a war immortal. The most direct observation was that if he was walking the path of a war immortal, he wouldn't have been stuck for so long before attaining his Tao at this time. However, based on the process of becoming a war immortal, it seems like Heavenly Emperor Huang can't even stabilize his own Tao. Yi Fan could clearly sense that Heavenly Emperor Huang couldn't control his own Tao at this time. It was spreading everywhere, shocking the world. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He felt that if he were to break through to the Great Emperor realm now, perhaps he could succeed. If I were to break through to the Great Emperor realm now, I'm afraid it would be a fatal blow to Heavenly Emperor Huang. If I really break through all the Taos, perhaps these disturbances will cause Heavenly Emperor Huang to fail in his breakthrough. Yi Fan suppressed the urge to immediately break through to the Great Emperor realm. He had a good impression of Heavenly Emperor Huang because he had taken the initiative to attack the Forbidden Zone not long after attaining his Tao. After that, he didn't do anything when the path to immortality opened for the second time. Just the courage to give up the path to immortality moved Yi Fan. In addition, Heavenly Emperor Huang had been protecting the universe dutifully for the past 10,000 years. Yi Fan also knew that at this time, he shouldn't stab him in the back. Moreover, I really want to know what the path of a war immortal is. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. In the starry sky, the blood phoenix was still trying to break through. More than half of the Dharma idol had merged into his body. However, the blood phoenix incarnation was covered in blood and cracks. Crack! Finally, with a loud sound, the blood phoenix Dharma idol completely merged into the blood phoenix incarnation. At this moment, the blood phoenix avatar was bleeding from between its eyebrows. Its wings were cracked, and the spine behind it was cracking as if it was about to break. His 5 major mystic realms were also shaking violently. The path of a war immortal was too domineering. It was a path of forceful breakthrough, forcefully pouring power into the gate of potential in one's body naturally contained endless danger. It merged. My father fell at this step because of the undying emperor's interference. Now, he has merged it into his body. The sacred prince was a little nervous. The previous steps were only based on his father's experience. However, he didn't know what came after. His father didn't have such experience. I wonder if the high heavens and immortal mausoleum, the last 2 forbidden zones, will come out to cause trouble. Zhou Tong was also on guard. He and the blood phoenix were definitely the 2 forbidden zones eyesores. Once they had the chance, these supreme beings wouldn't let him and the blood phoenix go free. Boom! The blood phoenix incarnation forcefully merged with the Dharma idol and forcefully increased the power in its gate of potential. This process was too intense. It was on the verge of exploding and turning into ashes. Finally, the blood phoenix's body couldn't take it anymore. This change was too intense. Even the body tempered by the indestructible scripture was torn apart. Even its primordial spirit was cracking. However, a clear phoenix cry resounded through the universe. The phoenix nirvana divine flame burned and forcefully repaired the body. However, the terrifying change was still ongoing. Its body had just recovered, but it soon exploded inch by inch. Its bones and flesh exploded all over the starry sky. The blood phoenix's body spewed out a supreme divine flame. It used the immortal phoenix treasure technique to undergo nirvana. The broken bones and flesh were forcefully glued together by the divine flame. Boom! However, just as the blood phoenix's injuries were recovering from the immortal phoenix's nirvana, its body suddenly exploded. At the same time, the universe trembled and the Tao of heaven and earth wailed. This was the heaven's core mark returning to its original position, indicating the fall of a celestial emperor. Chapter 6:17. The blood phoenix exploded in the starry sky. Every drop of blood, every piece of flesh, and every piece of bone were like the most terrifying suns. They lay across the starry sky, erupting with immortal light. The crimson feathers were like immortal swords, flowing with scarlet light and unparalleled sharpness. The blood phoenix exploded. This scene was too shocking. It was practically enough to make the universe tremble. Dead. Celestial Emperor Huang is dead. In space, everyone who was paying attention to this incident was shocked. Celestial Emperor Huang's breakthrough to the war immortal realm was going in a good direction. But in the blink of an eye, he exploded. Especially the demon race immortal court, there were cries everywhere. Their biggest backer had fallen, and everyone had lost a pillar of support. The entire demon race immortal court was in chaos, and no one knew how the future would develop. Especially when Celestial Emperor Huang was alive. He didn't even leave behind a child. Now that Celestial Emperor Huang was dead, would the demon race immortal court also disappear? Could it be that the war immortal path really can't succeed? The sacred prince was also a little stunned. He thought that Celestial Emperor Huang was going to succeed, but in the blink of an eye, such an unforeseen event happened. It was simply shocking. Even Yi Fan was a little stunned. What's going on? I clearly feel that Celestial Emperor Huang's war immortal path seems to have been completed. Even if he didn't become an immortal, he should be stronger than before. At the very least, he should be able to live a new and stronger life. Why did he suddenly explode? Everyone was wondering if there was some flaw in the war immortal path itself, which was why Celestial Emperor Huang exploded at the most critical moment, when no one was interfering. It seems like the war immortal path is a taboo. Previously, there was the Sacred Battle Emperor, who was so powerful, but he passed away when he became a war immortal, causing a huge change in heaven and earth. Now, Celestial Emperor Huang has also fallen on this path. The next one to fall on this path should be the Celestial Tyrant Emperor. Everyone in space was discussing. The fall of a great emperor was the most terrifying thing. But soon, everyone looked at space with a hint of greed. The flesh and blood of the great emperor were lying in space, and there was even endless vitality. One had to know that this was a blood phoenix, and its flesh was no different from the legendary immortal phoenix. As long as they could get a drop of emperor's blood, they would definitely benefit greatly. Boom! However, at this moment, a myriad of Daos rumbled. An extremely terrifying chi and blood crushed through the starry sky like a tsunami. Immediately, it caused everyone in the starry sky to shut their mouths, not daring to say anything. They knew that the other overlord of the starry skies, the Celestial Tyrant Emperor, had made his move. The flesh and blood of the blood phoenix must belong to the Celestial Tyrant Monarch, and he wouldn't give them any chance. They could only try to find some monarch weapon fragments or some blood phoenix flesh and blood. Sure enough, Zhou Tong directly appeared in the area where the blood phoenix exploded and collected all the flesh and bones after the blood phoenix exploded. What made everyone gnash their teeth in hatred was that he didn't even leave out a single drop of blood. Many cultivators came to the area immediately after Zhou Tong left, but all they saw was a desolate starry sky. They couldn't see a single drop of phoenix blood or even a single phoenix feather. I know, the celestial tyrant emperor is also walking on the path of a mortal war. He must be looking for the flaw in the path of celestial tyrant emperor from the remains of celestial tyrant emperor. Someone understood and said. Once this was said, the starry sky shook violently. Celestial tyrant emperor had failed. Then, when Zhou Tong attempted the path of a mortal war, would it mean that he had found a stable path to a mortal war? Zhou Tong collected all the flesh and blood of celestial tyrant emperor and returned to the divine domain. At this time, the sacred prince and Yi Fan couldn't sit still anymore. They both went to the divine domain to find Zhou Tong. Sacred prince, I didn't expect you to come out too. Zhou Tong was surprised to see the sacred prince. He knew that the sacred prince had self-proclaimed. How can I sit still when someone is trying to become a war immortal? The monkey was very direct. On the other hand, Yi Fan, you have aged a lot. Looking at the half-white and half-black hair of Yi Fan, Zhou Tong lamented the passing of time. No worries, I still have at least 5,000 years of life. In my second life, I will definitely succeed in proving my Tao. Yi Fan was still very confident in himself. However, he changed the topic and asked, Zhou Tong, you should know why we are here. Your cultivation level is higher than ours. You should have seen how Celestial Tyrant Emperor fell. What is the path of a mortal war? Can it really succeed? After the immortal ancient times, no one has ever succeeded in becoming a war immortal. The first to succeed will naturally open up a new chapter in history. Zhou Tong said softly. But before the first war immortal appears, no one can say for sure if it will succeed. As for Dao Friend Blood Phoenix, he is still too impatient. Zhou Tong sighed. What do you mean? The sacred prince was a little anxious. Actually, he is the same as your father. He is too impatient and wants to succeed in one go. However, he has neglected the gap between the peak of human Dao and war immortals in this era. Zhou Tong said softly. In this era, war immortals can't succeed in one go. They need to advance step by step. Advance step by step? Do you mean to live one life after another? Just like Emperor Ruthless? Yi Fan was shocked. He seemed to have suddenly understood something and revealed a look of shock. The path of war immortal does need to transform, but the speed of transformation must be faster than Emperor Ruthless transformation. Zhou Tong continued. The sacred prince frowned. If it can't be done in one go, then how can it still be considered a war immortal? That's because everyone's understanding of war immortals is different. Perhaps your understanding of war immortals is to succeed in one go and become immortal in one life. However, my understanding of war immortals is to advance in several steps. Zhou Tong didn't say anything else. He only shared his understanding of war immortals. Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince also shared their understanding of war immortals. There were indeed some ideas that made Zhou Tong's eyes light up. However, that was all. After all, the height that the two of them stood at now was far inferior to Zhou Tong. Naturally, they couldn't see the peak of war immortals. In fact, Zhou Tong could determine that some of their ideas were a dead end with just a little deduction. Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince stayed at Zhou Tong's place for 3 days before leaving. The two of them conversed with Zhou Tong for 3 days, and both of them learned a lot. At the same time that the two of them left, Zhou Tong turned his attention to the 10 heavenly abode divine ring. The divine soul and the physical body have been separated for such a long time. Only a phoenix would dare to play with it like this. Zhou Tong looked at the blood phoenix's flesh and felt a little envious. The vitality of the Phoenix clan could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Almost no other clan could compare to it. At this moment, in the 10 heavenly abode divine ring, the blood phoenix's flesh and blood that had been collected gathered together. At the same time, the 9 phoenix furnace emerged from the blood phoenix's flesh and blood and quickly enlarged. The furnace's mouth opened, and the blood phoenix's primordial spirit flew out. Many people thought that the blood phoenix was dead because the heaven's core imprint had returned to its original position. Moreover, the blood phoenix's exploded flesh and blood no longer had a trace of her divine soul. However, many people didn't know that the blood phoenix had kept her divine soul into the 9 phoenix furnace before she exploded. At this moment, the primordial spirit and flesh were combined. Suddenly, all of the flesh and blood was ignited and turned into flames. This was an unprecedented evolution. The blood phoenix ignited the blood in its body. Every inch of its flesh and blood was completely burned in the flames of the great Tao. Even its primordial spirit and its Tao-confirming weapon, the 9 phoenix furnace, were burning. The true phoenix's cry resounded through the sky. This was the immortal phoenix's nirvana technique. This nirvana technique was the essence of the phoenix clan's inheritance. Now that the blood phoenix had used this technique, it was naturally going to be reborn. However, the place of nirvana was Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly abode divine ring. Moreover, the blood phoenix had abandoned the heaven's core mark. This nirvana technique couldn't cause any changes in the outside world. Naturally, no one could detect it. In the 10 heavenly abode divine ring, the blood phoenix and the 9 phoenix furnace were bathed in flames. Finally, accompanied by the fierce cries of the immortal birds and the heavenly music of the great Tao, the blood phoenix was reborn in the flames. A brand new 9 phoenix furnace also flew out of the blood phoenix's body. Buzz! The 9 phoenix furnace was as red as blood diamonds. It carried monstrous flames and flowed with red clouds. The phoenix patterns on the furnace's walls were completely revived. They turned into 9 immortal phoenixes. They cried out in the 9 heavens and danced in the immortal chi. At this moment, the 9 phoenix furnace was undergoing nirvana along with the blood phoenix. It had evolved to become a true immortal artifact. Chapter 618. Crack. However, after the blood phoenix underwent nirvana, another crack soon appeared on its body, as if it was about to explode again. Zhou Tong's heart tightened. Could it not be considered a success? But soon, the nirvana flame appeared and smoothed this crack. But soon, cracks appeared on other parts, and the nirvana flame continued to repair it. The cracks and the nirvana flame reached a balance. Seeing this, Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief. It was considered a success. It's finally stabilized. The blood phoenix's transformation this time can be considered a success. It has lived a new life with the war immortal path and the immortal phoenix nirvana technique. Zhou Tong carefully examined the blood phoenix incarnation and studied it very carefully. The blood phoenix incarnation was a test subject for Zhou Tong on the war immortal path. He wanted to find out if there were any problems with the war immortal path that he had thought so hard about. The more he examined, the more satisfied Zhou Tong was because this path had been verified by the blood phoenix, and it was definitely correct. Many doors of potential in the blood phoenix's body had been opened, and the power in each door of potential was much stronger than before. This could be considered to have completed the war immortal path that he had deduced, and it could be considered to have verified his thoughts. The war immortal path could not be completed overnight. The blood phoenix's experiment this time focused on the war immortal path and supplemented by the immortal phoenix nirvana technique, which was equivalent to taking a big leap forward. If it was in the immortal ancient era, this breakthrough could be considered to have triggered the immortal ascension tribulation, and it had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. The most obvious example was the blood phoenix's Tao proving tool, the 9 phoenix furnace. After this breakthrough, this furnace also transformed, leaping forward and turning into a celestial tool. The war immortal path, leaping forward. Now, the blood phoenix's foundation has reached the level of Yi Fan's 4th life in the original work. Zhou Tong silently estimated the blood phoenix's foundation. Of course, the foundation was just the foundation. It did not mean that the blood phoenix had reached the battle prowess of Yi Fan's 4th life. Because what determined battle prowess was not only the foundation, but also various secret techniques and comprehension of the great Tao. The blood phoenix, who forcefully broke through in a short period of time, naturally couldn't be compared with Yi Fan's painstaking efforts over the past hundreds of thousands of years in the original work. However, since the foundation had been leveled, the comprehension that the blood phoenix lacked would be easy to obtain. After all, the depth of Zhou Tong's foundation was far from what Yi Fan in the original work could compare with. As long as he recomprehended the previous Immortal King techniques and stood at a higher position to comprehend, it would be very easy for him to improve. Even the blood phoenix could further strengthen its own scripture. However, the path of immortal war is not without its flaws. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong understood what the dangers of the path of immortal war were. He only knew that it would be very easy for him to die if he charged like the Sacred Battle Emperor. But after experiencing this impact, Zhou Tong was clearly aware that the blood qi and the body were only secondary factors. Actually, the main reason was because his own comprehension was insufficient, and it was difficult for him to control the sudden strength. That was why it exploded. It was like forcefully injecting a saint-level power into an ordinary person without any cultivation. The result was obvious at a glance. This ordinary person would definitely explode. But this was actually the contradiction of the path of immortal war. If one had enough comprehension, why did they have to walk the path of immortal war? They could directly live to a powerful level in one lifetime. It was precisely because they did not have enough comprehension that they had to directly break through to the immortal war in one go. So, every attack on the path of immortal war requires the support of a kind of immortality technique. At least under the condition that they can live for one lifetime, they have to use both methods simultaneously to barely resist the impact of the immortal war. Zhou Tong had a better understanding of the path of immortal war. The reason why the Blood Phoenix clone could succeed this time was that he had also used the Immortal Phoenix technique to prepare the Nirvana technique while trying to break through to the Immortal War. Once he could not withstand it, he would use this technique to undergo Nirvana and directly live for a second lifetime. Only by using both methods could the Blood Phoenix clone not die while trying to break through to the Immortal War and live for a second lifetime. Zhou Tong looked at his Blood Phoenix clone again. Its physical body and essence soul were both cracking. But as the Immortal Phoenix Nirvana technique circulated, all the cracks were rapidly recovering. And during this process, the Blood Phoenix's comprehension of the Immortal Phoenix technique was even faster than before. Actually, this is also a kind of path of immortal war. If there are no opponents, then use yourself as your opponent, use your potential as your opponent, and use death as your opponent. Struggle between life and death. Become stronger between life and death. Zhou Tong looked at the Blood Phoenix's actions, and his understanding of the path of immortal war in his heart deepened. War was a kind of high-spirited will. Fight against the heavens, the earth, people, and even yourself. Fight against the heavens and the earth. Every step was a matter of life and death. Every step was a matter of ascending to the heavens, and thus reaching a supreme realm. Looking at the Blood Phoenix again, Zhou Tong thought to himself, perhaps this is the best time to cultivate the Willow God technique. Zhou Tong had studied the Willow God technique for a long time, but he had never really cultivated it. This was because there was a prerequisite for cultivating this technique, and that was to burn all the blood essence in his body and personally experience the true essence of life and death. I can give it a try. Zhou Tong looked at the Blood Phoenix and asked it to cultivate the Willow God technique. Buzz! As the Blood Phoenix cultivated, the crimson flames on the surface of the Blood Phoenix's body suddenly turned into golden red flames. It was as if there were sparks floating in the void like willow leaves. The more it burned, the darker the feathers on the surface of the Blood Phoenix's body became. There was no longer the shocking scene of the crimson clouds flowing around before. Even the Blood Phoenix's body was shriveling, and it lacked essence, energy, and spirit. The blood qi burned more and more vigorously, and there was a drastic change in the entire Ten Paradise divine ring. Extremely abundant life essence was evaporating from the blood phoenix's body. This was simply like a true immortal transforming into the Tao. The scene was astonishing, but the result was also extremely terrifying. This was because the life essence inside the 10 Paradise Divine Ring was on another level, and the spiritual energy was so rich that it was almost liquefied. It is indeed effective. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. The cracks on the blood phoenix's body had already disappeared. The injuries on his body were originally caused by an extremely abundant power. Now that he had burned all of his essence and blood, it was naturally equivalent to releasing all of that power. Not only did his injuries not worsen, but they were also improving. After burning all of his essence and blood, the blood phoenix was motionless after 7 days. It was as if it had completely died, and its life force had completely dissipated. It looked like a dead bird that had been dead for half a month. However, not long after, a wisp of life force began to appear on the blood phoenix's body. The first thing that changed was its eyes. Its eyes, which originally had no luster, began to emit a golden light at this moment. It was full of spiritual energy, and its life force was astonishing. Starting from its eyes, the life force spread, and the golden light spread bit by bit. Finally, it spread to the blood phoenix's entire body. With a final cry, the blood phoenix regained its life force, and there was an astonishing power in its body. At the same time, Zhou Tong also appeared outside the universe and gathered the essence of heaven and earth to replenish the blood phoenix bit by bit. The essence that Zhou Tong gathered this time was not intense, giving the world enough time to recuperate. It took a full 10 years for the blood phoenix to finally completely recover. After recovering, the injuries on the blood phoenix's body were almost completely healed. It no longer felt like it could shatter at any time like before. After experiencing the release of the Willow God technique, this explosive power has settled down once. It could be considered that I have barely grasped this power. However, if I want to use it perfectly, I will need at least 10,000 years of bitter cultivation, and even revising the scripture. Zhou Tong looked at the blood phoenix and nodded secretly. The Phoenix Nirvana technique had barely stabilized its physical body and primordial spirit. In addition, with the existence of the Willow God technique, it had barely grasped the power. Next, it would be a period of settling down. Next, it should be my turn to walk the path of the War Immortal. Zhou Tong leisurely raised his head and looked at the starry sky of the universe. However, I still need to make some preparations first. Chapter 619. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. Zhou Tong opened his eyes from his seclusion, and the divine light in his eyes soared. Within the 10 heavenly passages, the blood phoenix incarnation also opened its eyes. At this moment, the blood phoenix's divine light was restrained, and it had already controlled its own power. Moreover, it had further optimized its own scriptures, making it even more powerful and terrifying. At the same time, Zhou Tong's eyes became more and more profound. For so many years, he had been trying to figure out the path of War Immortal, and he had been studying the path that the blood phoenix walked. He gradually broke through the shackles and saw his own path of War Immortal. Of course, all of this was just his own deduction, and the truth still needed to be verified. Moreover, he had no choice but to come out of seclusion now, because he had a feeling that in another few hundred years, his chi and blood would start to gradually decline, from flourishing to declining. In this age of chaos, where it was impossible to become a War Immortal, one had to be at the peak of their chi and blood to have a chance of success. As for the other reason, it was because the blood phoenix incarnation was trying to become a War Immortal, and the impact was too great, causing this universe to decline prematurely. If he waited any longer, he could only enter the chaotic sea at the edge of the universe to collect essence. Zhou Tong secretly released the blood phoenix to protect him, and he himself walked out of the divine realm, appearing in the starry sky, and then began to break through. He erupted with boundless chi and blood, and the image that belonged to him filled the sky. That was his tyrant ancestral body. Divine striking stone, primordial spirit, heavenly horn and horn, nine-leaf sword grass hair, true dragon body, immortal phoenix wings, Kuin Pung wings, thunder emperor wings, mole mantis claws, Chilan feet, nine netherworld python tail. Boom! Like a black hole, this part of the universe trembled, and chaotic chi spread out, shaking all directions. One could see that boundless chi crazily poured into the huge image that filled the starry sky and spanned across dozens of galaxies. This is the celestial tyrant emperor. What is he doing? Is he also trying to become a war immortal? Countless cultivators immediately noticed the incomparably huge image, and then they were shocked. This scene was exactly the same as when the celestial tyrant Emperor Huang was trying to become a war immortal. No, this fluctuation was even stronger. War immortal, the celestial tyrant emperor, is also trying to become a war immortal. Heavens, it's only been 1,000 years, and there's actually someone trying to break through to the war immortal realm. It's not enough that celestial emperor Huang has failed. Now, even celestial tyrant emperor wants to try the war immortal path. Countless people were shocked to see the changes in the starry sky. Heavenly Empress Huang had only fallen for 1,000 years, and he was about to make another attempt. I suspect that the Celestial Tyrant Emperor has already found the reason for Celestial Emperor Huang's failure from her remains. That's why we should focus on breaking through now. A Boundary Emperor said resolutely. That's right. Celestial Tyrant Emperor collected Huang Tiandi's corpse. He must have been studying Huang Tiandi's corpse for the past 1,000 years. He must have perfected the war immortal Tao. Many agreed. On the other side, there was another loud explosion as the Holy Prince broke through the barrier. Once again, he was awakened by the shockwaves from the breakthrough to the war immortal stage. It's Zhou Tong. He's also trying to break through to the war immortal realm. What a terrifying shockwave. It's much stronger than Celestial Emperor Huang's. The Holy Prince looked at the huge Dharma form in the starry sky and was shocked. Just from the size of the Dharma form, one could see the difference. Zhou Tong's Dharma form was 10 times bigger than the Blood Phoenix Dharma form. Naturally, the power it contained was also 10 times that of the Blood Phoenix. At the edge of the universe, in a secret place, the high heavens and the immortal mausoleum had always been hidden here. For the past 10,000 years, they had been hiding here to avoid being discovered by Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix. They had been living here in seclusion for more than 10,000 years. One of the Supremes was suddenly awakened by the aura of Zhou Tong's breakthrough to the war immortal realm. His eyes lit up and he said, "Breaking through to the war immortal realm? What a joke. No one has ever succeeded in becoming a war immortal realm. The sacred battle emperor failed, and so did Celestial Emperor Huang. You, a mere overlord body, dream of becoming a war immortal realm supreme? I'll send you to reincarnation now. Be careful, don't be too careless." Another voice sounded from aside. The overlord body is stronger than the sacred battle emperor and Celestial Emperor Huang. 1,000 years ago, he even obtained the remains of Celestial Emperor Huang when he was trying to break through to the war immortal realm. Now that he's trying to break through to the war immortal realm, he might have really researched something. Be careful, don't let him really become an immortal realm supreme. A third voice said, "Be careful, this Celestial Emperor Huang is not an idiot. He might be purposely baiting us." Oh, the Dharma form is starting to shrink. Looks like he's really trying to break through to the war immortal realm. One of the Supremes was convinced. However, he immediately said, "But I don't believe that he would dare to break through to the war immortal realm without any preparations." All these years, if he had improved further and combined his 2 sets of array diagrams, he might be able to form a sword array that is not weaker than the numinous treasure sword array. If this sword array and the numinous treasure sword array were to be stacked, we would have to go out personally to have a chance. And we would have to go all out. And don't forget, he has an immortal artifact in his hands. The power of that diamond carving is not to be underestimated. Another Supreme spoke. Maybe after all these years, with his further refinement, his bell will also become an immortal artifact. At that time, we will be facing 2 Emperor-level sword arrays and 2 immortal artifacts. It's not safe to go all out. What about the Phoenix Nest? Go ask the Undying Heavenly Blade and the Undying Sky Emperor to attack together. The last Supreme's voice was resolute and decisive. Instantly, the faces of some of the Supremes changed. What was the Undying Heavenly Blade? It was the Tao weapon of the Undying Sky Emperor. It was known as the Heavenly Tao. This was an invincible weapon. Some people even speculated that it had already become an immortal artifact. As for the Undying Sky Emperor, he was the supreme ancient emperor who commanded the world. He ended the mythological era and started the primordial era. What? The Undying Sky Emperor is still alive. Didn't he kill himself? Is he still in this world? Some of the Supremes didn't know much and expressed their confusion. Back then, after we evacuated from the Big Dipper, we came to this small, chaotic world because of the guidance of the Undying Heavenly Blade. I just didn't tell you. A cold voice sounded faintly. This time, everyone will go all out. Even the Sky Emperor, who didn't kill himself, will take action. We will definitely kill the tyrant body. This time, we will completely eliminate this person. Wait until he fuses with the Dharma form. At the most crucial moment, we will strike like lightning and destroy all his preparations. The cold voice reverberated above the 2 forbidden areas. All the Supremes were stunned. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Heavenly Emperor Huang was no longer around. With only the tyrant body, the diamond carving, and the 2 formations, he definitely couldn't stop so many Supremes from going all out. The tyrant body is dead for sure. The remaining Supremes from the immortal mausoleum and high heavens were incomparably certain of this. The tyrant celestial emperor who created history would definitely be ended by them this time. Chapter 620. At the edge of the universe, there was a boundless galaxy. This was the outermost region of the universe, close to the end of the world. Not far away was the Chaos Sea. There were no races living here, otherwise they would definitely suffer. In the boundless starry sky of the universe, Zhou Tong sat cross-legged. Behind him was a huge Dharma idol that spanned across several galaxies. It was exactly the same as his tyrant body ancestor. In particular, the 9 Serenities Ao's tail of this Dharma idol had probed into the Chaos Sea at the edge of the universe, absorbing the chaotic divine power to its heart's content. The surging power turned into layers of thunder and bloodlight, surging like a vast ocean, undulating and slapping the stars. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Large swaths of the universe's galaxy were trembling, the starry sky was cracking, and the entire world seemed to be about to be destroyed. Zhou Tong's Dharma idol was much stronger than his blood phoenix incarnation. Just this Dharma idol of the tyrant body ancestor was enough to stimulate endless power, enough to destroy the world. My original body has broken through to the war immortal realm. It's indeed more than 1 level stronger than the blood phoenix incarnation. Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. If it wasn't for the 9 Serenities Ao's tail probing into the depths of the Chaos Sea, I'm afraid it would take 1 or 2 years to gather enough power. However, the power is almost enough. I can really start. Zhou Tong made up his mind and began to activate the secret technique. Buzz. In an instant, the tyrant body ancestor Dharma idol that spanned across the starry sky began to shrink rapidly. With the previous experience of the blood phoenix, Zhou Tong was much faster at this step than the blood phoenix. In just a few days, his Dharma idol had shrunk to the same size as him. At the same time, Zhou Tong's original body also displayed the tyrant body ancestor that was unique to him. In an instant, heaven and earth erupted and thunder rumbled. An incomparably terrifying power caused the starry sky of the universe to collapse and the earth to sink. Clang! With a trembling sound, divine chains of order that looked like they were refined from immortal gold flew out of Zhou Tong's body. Then they connected with the Dharma idol that was identical to him and were about to integrate it into his body. In a split second, the light around Zhou Tong soared into the sky. The glaring light illuminated the universe. The entire universe turned into daytime. There was nothing that could block this light. Tyrant body, ancestral body, and the Dharma idol gradually fused together. His body split open, and bloodstains appeared on his body and hair. It was as if he had walked out of a pool of blood. This process was too bloody because this method of breaking through was too tyrannical. The path of war immortals was the most tyrannical path. Regardless of whether it was transforming or advancing, it was a form of depletion of one's life force. So strong, much stronger than Celestial Emperor Huang. Just the overflowing qi made me tremble. Yifan's eyes were serious. Your breakthrough process is much more stable than Huang Tiandi's. Seems like you've really figured out something after having Huang Tiandi's corpse for over 1,000 years. The Holy Prince was also paying close attention to everything. The starry sky trembled slightly. Many geniuses who had sealed themselves were shocked by this wave of energy and directly broke out of their seals. When Celestial Emperor Huang broke through to the war immortal realm, they did not come out. However, now that Zhou Tong was breaking through, this wave of energy was so strong that it woke them up. Countless geniuses were scattered across the universe, but all of them were looking at Zhou Tong in shock. Can he really succeed? Absolute Beginning was also shocked. If he fails, he will most likely die. The Emperor also praised, Celestial Tyrant Emperor is truly a legend. I wonder if you can truly carve out a path for yourself. Most likely he will fail. You should know that the Forbidden Lands are not completely eradicated yet. Fire Qilin said softly, I wonder if your array diagram can stop the Forbidden Land Supremes. That's right. It's not the most critical moment yet. Those Supremes will definitely make their move when he's at the most critical moment of the fusion. Fire Qilin nodded in agreement with his brother's opinion. In the dark space, 7 Supremes walked out. High Heavens and Immortal Mausoleum came out in full force, all of them staring at Zhou Tong, who was undergoing his transformation. Boom! The universe was still trembling. More than half of the Dharma idol had already merged into Zhou Tong's body. At the same time, Zhou Tong was in a miserable state. Every time the Dharma idol merged with him, his 5 great secret realms would tremble violently. This was because the Dharma idol's fusion was equivalent to forcefully stuffing a powerful force into the door of potential. Naturally, it would cause changes to the secret realms. Just as the Dharma idol's remaining head was about to merge into Zhou Tong's body, the starry sky suddenly shook violently. A terrifying aura of the extreme Tao covered the sky and covered the earth. Tyrant body, you think you could become a war immortal? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I'll send you on your way. A domineering voice came from the depths of the starry sky. A Supremes who had already ascended suddenly appeared and moved as he spoke. He held a long spear made of Tao Calamity gold in his hand, which suddenly burst with dazzling thunderbolts. He was like a god, thrusting the spear forward. This sudden move and extremely fast movement had already shocked countless people in the starry sky. The ancient Supremes who had long disappeared from the universe appeared once again. Moreover, they were so domineering as they attacked Zhou Tong's weakest moment. Clang! At this moment, the Spirit Treasure Sword Array appeared. The 4 swords merged into one and slashed out a dark red sword light at the same time. It violently collided with the golden spear of Tao Calamity, causing the golden spear to crack and dim. Even the Supreme's hands were split open and blood flowed out. Just as I expected, the Spirit Treasure Sword Array is here to protect him. At this time, the second Ancient Supremes appeared. He held a silver-white sledgehammer and attacked Zhou Tong from another direction. Clang! The immortal swords hummed. Under the guidance of a formation diagram, the 5 divine swords directly collided with the Supreme Being. The sword lights soared into the sky, and the Supreme Being coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Good, the second array has appeared. The third Supremes joined the battle with a divine mark purple golden cauldron suspended above his head. Woo! Woo! With a rumble, the nine-colored diamond chakram appeared. In the form of an immortal artifact, it spun violently and then smashed heavily into the Supreme Being's divine mark violet gold cauldron, directly piercing through it. The tyrant Celestial Emperor is indeed worthy of the title of Celestial Emperor, using only 3 weapons to suppress 3 Supremes. But today, you will die without a doubt. Yes, although the Emperor Array is strong, without you as the master of the array, it can't stop us at all. Hee, the blood of the heavenly He-Gemin physique is the most precious treasure in the world. As for a heavenly emperor like you, if you take the heavenly emperor great medicine, you might be able to prolong your life as an emperor for half a lifetime. Murderous intent shot up to the 9 heavens. The remaining Supremes rushed out. They didn't want to give Zhou Tong any chance. They wanted to break his array in the most domineering manner and kill him right here and now. Chapter 621. A bunch of trash, only daring to take action now. A loud voice came from the diamond carving. This voice was exactly the same as Zhou Tong's, shaking the heavens, causing many Supreme Beings here to feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Zhou Tong's power had already penetrated deep into their hearts. Now, even if it was just the voice of an immortal weapon god, it was still enough to make them shiver. However, the moment these Supreme Beings felt a chill in their hearts, what followed was anger and humiliation. Since when did they have to be afraid of the opponent's weapon god scolding? A mere weapon dares to be so impudent. Today, we will kill the tyrant body, drink the blood of the Celestial Emperor, and break this immortal weapon of yours. A Supreme Being roared. His entire body was emitting a warm, jade-like cyan glow, illuminating millions of miles. This man's body was like jade, and he was a holy spirit transformed from jade. Rumbling, jade-colored blood power was flowing all over his body. Trash is trash. You dare to be so arrogant. The diamond carving trembled slightly. Streaks of 9-color divine light rushed out, landing on the spirit treasure formation diagram and another formation diagram. Immediately, killing intent soared into the sky, chilling the past and present. What was even more terrifying was that the other formation diagram Zhou Tong refined from the undying Emperor's skin turned into endless formation runes, drowning this star field, causing this place to become like a swamp. All kinds of runes flickered with peerless power. All of the Supreme Beings were trapped within the formation and were severely restricted. Whoosh, 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 10,000 streaks of sword light, thousands of layers of killing intent. The Spirit Treasure Sword formation also merged into this star field. A huge formation diagram rotated in the sky. 4 dark red killing swords shot out sword energy like mercury, spreading over the ground, causing people to be intimidated. The other 5 divine swords made from phoenix feathers also merged into this star field, further stabilizing the battlefield and cooperating with the Spirit Treasure Sword formation to kill the remaining Supreme Beings. With the Diamond Chakram as the main formation, all of the formations unleashed a terrifying amount of power, forcibly trapping the 7 Ascended Supremes. Kill! The Forbidden Area Supremes were enraged. They never would have thought that they would be trapped by 2 formations and an immortal artifact at the most critical moment, unable to break out. Within the Array formation, there were countless Array runes, and chaotic energy lingered around it. There was even a terrifying divine light that shot up into the sky. This scene shocked the hearts of countless cultivators in the universe. Impressive. The numinous treasure sword formation combined with his own sword formation and an immortal artifact. He actually managed to trap 7 supreme martial artists. The Sacred Prince was shocked. Zhou Tong really had endless tricks up his sleeve. The 7 Supremes had come out together, but he didn't even need to make a move. He could easily trap them. As expected, Zhou Tong doesn't do anything he isn't confident in. Even the 7 great supreme beings can't do anything to him. Fire Qilin sighed. Fire Qilin said, "Big brother, you're underestimating Zhou Tong. Looking at his actions, he has never failed. Any unexpected situation seems to be within his expectations. Do you really think his foresight is godly?" Fire Qilin shook his head and continued, "Impossible. No one can predict so accurately. If he could, he would have become an immortal long ago. The only possibility is that he has a backup plan. Who knows how many backup plans he is prepared to deal with all kinds of situations. Just wait and see. I suspect that the immortal artifact and so many great emperor formation diagrams aren't all of his trump cards." Fire Qilin stared at the other side of the starry sky. "I wonder if anyone can force him to use his true trump card." Clang! Just as everyone was discussing this, a 5-colored heavenly blade suddenly slashed out. Large swaths of the formation runes were cut open. The star region that Zhou Tong had sealed with the formation runes was nearly split in half by this blade. Who is it?" Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that someone would make a move? Countless people looked over and saw a gentle, jade-like hand holding a 5-colored heavenly saber falling from the 9 heavens. The saber just now was made by this person. Once it was made, it immediately broke through the predicament of the 7 supremes. The celestial tyrant emperor had an enemy. This was definitely a peerless expert. Seeing the saber, everyone immediately understood the identity of the person who made the move. The immortal emperor. Boom! At the same time, a waterfall fell from the void with a rain of light and divine clouds. It was as if the immortal domain had descended to the world, or as if countless people had ascended to immortality. It was too magnificent. This was the flying immortal waterfall. It was said that all the supremes who had fought their way into the immortal domain left behind a kind of substance. The immortal waterfall could lead to the entrance of the immortal domain. "Ha ha, Tyrant Emperor, you will die today without a doubt." Seeing that the immortal emperor had opened a path for everyone, one of the supremes immediately turned into a beam of immortal light and rushed out while laughing wildly. However, just as this person was about to rush out of the range of the formation, a figure suddenly appeared outside the gap of the formation silently and casually slashed out. Suddenly, the crimson light turned into a cold blade and slashed down. This was the Blood Phoenix slash. That Supremes did not have time to react and was directly split into 2 halves. Shocked, the sovereign martial artist quickly burned his blood essence to repair his body and retreated back into the Great Array. He looked out of the Great Array in horror. However, he was instantly shocked by what he saw. "You? How is this possible? Why is it you? Blood Phoenix, you are not dead yet. How is it possible? Could it be that the Tyrant Emperor saved you and asked you to protect him at the most critical moment?" The 7 Supremes in the formation were all shocked at the same time. They actually saw a dead person at the most critical moment. They thought that the Celestial Tyrant Emperor had died when he was trying to break through to the War Immortal realm. Unexpectedly, he appeared in front of them. The scene in front of them was somewhat inconceivable. A person who had been eliminated appeared in front of them. This shocked countless people in the universe, especially those from the immortal court of the demon race. Everyone was stunned. Their backbone was still alive. At this moment, countless people in the immortal court of the demon race went crazy. They kept shouting, and everyone was so excited that they were trembling. On the other side, whether it was the Grand Primordium, the Emperor Zhang Bairen, Fire Qilin, and the others, they were all shocked. They all realized that this was a trap that targeted the last 2 forbidden areas, the High Heavens and the Immortal Mausoleum. It must have been set up by the Celestial Tyrant Emperor and the Celestial Emperor Huang. "You guys are really bold." Seeing this, Yi Fan could not help but gasp. At this moment, he recalled every detail of the Blood Phoenix's breakthrough to the War Immortal realm. At this moment, he understood why the Blood Phoenix suddenly exploded after stabilizing her body. It turned out that the 2 of them had worked together to completely eliminate the last 2 forbidden areas in one fell swoop. Yes, whether it is Zhou Tong or the Blood Phoenix, both of them have terrifying combat power that surpasses ordinary great emperors. As long as one of them is still alive, those forbidden areas will not dare to come out. Therefore, they set up a trap and let the Blood Phoenix die while trying to break through to the War Immortal Realm. At this time, Zhou Tong will try to break through to the War Immortal Realm. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. Zhou Tong, you bastard. We have been friends for so many years, but you even tricked me. The boat of friendship capsized just like that. I didn't expect it to be a trap. If you had told me this plan, I could have gotten a Supreme to test my combat power. The Sacred Prince also secretly cursed Zhou Tong for being too cunning. He even tricked him. He really felt that it was a pity. With Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix in the world, the Supreme was a non-renewable resource in the universe. There was one less Supreme left. The few in front of him were very likely to be the last Supreme in the universe. If he missed the Supreme, there would be no Supreme left to fight in the future. The Sacred Prince also knew that these Supreme beings would not be able to survive. Chapter 6:22. At this moment, in the starry sky of the universe. If I didn't die that time, if fellow Zhou didn't make a dangerous breakthrough, how would you dare to appear? If you didn't appear, how will we find the immortal mausoleum and the high heavens? Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar swept his gaze across the seven Supremes. He was very calm and composed. After living a second life, and even using the War Immortal technique to live a second life, the Blood Phoenix's strength could be said to far surpass these Supremes. The moment he appeared, he had already firmly stabilized the situation, and no one could stir up any more waves. Blood Phoenix and Zhou Tong, you F** king bastards. One of the Supremes cursed, his anger reaching its peak. Damn it, you've schemed for thousands of years just for this day? You're too evil. Another Supreme's chest rose and fell violently. He was so angry. One pretended to be dead, and the other tried to break through to the War Immortal Realm. How could you two black-hearted fellows be allowed to prove your Tao? The world is unfair. The other Supremes were also indignant. They had all been schemed against, and it was very tragic. It was very likely that they would die here this time. Impossible. You clearly don't have the power to self-sever. You clearly don't have the Heaven's Core mark. So why are you still so strong? Could it be that you really succeeded in breaking through to the War Immortal Realm? One of the Supremes was both shocked and angry, and he didn't dare to accept the truth in front of him. Heaven's Core mark? I threw that thing away after I saw it. Only trash like you treat the Heaven's Core mark as a treasure. True longevity is living one life after another. Supremes like you who severed your own blade won't have the chance to experience the pleasure of constantly advancing. The Blood Phoenix's expression was leisurely, without the slightest hint of nervousness. These Supremes in front of him were already dishes on a plate. I won't talk to you anymore. Continue to stay in the formation. I'll deal with you later. The Blood Phoenix casually waved his hand, and endless formation runes appeared. In the blink of an eye, the gap created by the undying Heaven Blade was completely repaired. Then, Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar looked at the flying immortal waterfall not far away. Looking at the undying Heaven Blade, his eyes instantly lit up. Next is our problem. Immortal Emperor, this world is no longer an era where you can be presumptuous. Chi. The Immortal Emperor did not answer, but he answered with his actions. His arm, which was holding the undying Heaven Blade, suddenly shook. Suddenly, the five-color blade light cut through the silence of eternity. It was as if a god who had created the world had awakened from the chaos. It was extremely domineering. This saber strike was so stunning that it surpassed the understanding of the world. Even those geniuses from the alternative righteous Tao looked at this saber light in shock. This attack was unleashed by the undying Sky Emperor. It shook the starry sky of the universe. The undying heavenly blade had been refined for countless years and fused with several imperial weapons. It was already close to an immortal weapon and was indestructible. The slash was too sharp and imperious. Even a peak martial monarch would struggle to resist it. The Blood Phoenix didn't say much. He merely raised his palm and released a frightening divine power of the Great Path. Runes spread between his jade-like fingers. It was still a simple Blood Phoenix slash. With a clang, it struck the undying heavenly blade. Brilliant sparks immediately appeared from the collision. Each spark was like a galaxy that bloomed outwards. There were also raging flames. The sound of the Great Path rang out and turned into eternity. Such a collision was something that no one could have imagined. It was truly shocking. The undying heavenly blade carried a dazzling immortal light and swept across the world. It split open the universe. The saber light even illuminated the eternal heavens. The immortal emperor's power was so great that it was as if time and space had been reversed. The Blood Phoenix slash condensed the most terrifying killing power of the Blood Phoenix clan. It was enough to shock immortals and dominate the world. Such a simple slash easily cut off the undying heavenly blade slash. This was a battle that transcended time and space. With just one collision, it erupted with a world-shaking light. Boom! However, at this moment, the most terrifying light shook the universe and suppressed the battle between the immortal emperor and the Blood Phoenix. Taking advantage of the battle, the last part of the Dharma idol finally completely integrated into Zhou Tong's body. At this moment, Zhou Tong's body was filled with a vast and mighty power. It permeated and seeped out of his body. However, with the appearance of this power, his divine soul and physical body began to gradually collapse. This was a path that one had to go through on the path of a combat immortal. Once an overly powerful power was integrated into one's body, it would definitely cause one's body to explode. One had to have a longevity technique as support in order to barely withstand it. The Blood Phoenix had experienced this process before. Now, Zhou Tong had to experience it once too. Zhou Tong's longevity technique had actually been prepared a long time ago. It was something that he had been preparing since he comprehended the Kuan Peng technique. It was something that he had been preparing since he cultivated the imperishable scripture, the chaotic body. Rumble, a terrifying power spread out, and a chaotic mist surrounded his body. Zhou Tong's body split open, but what spurted out from his body was no longer blood, but an extremely terrifying chaotic aura. This was an intense transformation. The gate of potential in Zhou Tong's body was changing, constantly strengthening, and strengthening. The chaotic aura spread out and drowned the entire starry sky, causing everyone to be incomparably terrified. Everyone was shocked. What kind of magnificent feat was this? It could actually be like this. In the process of breaking through to the combat immortal realm, he actually transformed into a chaotic body. The original heavenly tyrant body could actually transform like this and transform into the rare chaotic body. How amazing was this? We can't let Emperor Ruthless monopolize the limelight. Someone sighed softly. Back then, Emperor Ruthless had also gone through this process. In her first life, she created the heaven-devouring demonic technique, which devoured tens of thousands of physiques. Then, she created the indestructible heaven technique, which gave birth to a divine fetus in her old body. From there, she lived a second life and became a chaotic body. Roar! Zhou Tong completed his transformation. With a wild roar, millions and millions of stars trembled. His terrifying battle intent was like a vast ocean, sweeping up monstrous waves that scattered the nebulas in the universe. Then, he turned his gaze and stared at the undying heaven blade. With a step, he had already cut into the battlefield. Then, wrapped in a monstrous chaotic aura, he heavily struck the undying heaven blade with a palm. Kacha! The undying heaven blade was struck by Zhou Tong's palm, and the blade broke, turning into a blinding cold light. Everyone was stunned. The undying heaven blade, known as the #1 blade of all time, was broken. The cold light swept through the starry sky, and the divine radiance illuminated the entire world. This result was shocking. The undying heaven blade was broken into 7 pieces by Zhou Tong with a single strike. This was practically like the collapse of the starry sky. The cold light engulfed heaven and earth, like a silver ocean and waterfall. This blade was still struggling, wanting to activate the profound mysteries of the crimson phoenix blood and restore the broken blade. Dang! The sound of a bell rang out. Zhou Tong's tyrant bell flew out and directly suppressed the undying heaven blade that had broken into 7 pieces. No matter how much the blade struggled, it was still powerless. Chapter 6:23. Move. A cold voice with monstrous killing intent came from the other side of the waterfall. The immortal emperor was furious that his Tao-proving weapon was broken and suppressed. What are you screaming for? How dare you reach out your claws? I'll roast your phoenix wings today. Zhou Tong was still bleeding all over. His body was cracked. He hadn't completely stabilized his realm yet. He hadn't even removed the tyrant ancestral body, but he was still very powerful. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, 3 sword cries came from his 10 heavenly rings. The first sword cry shook the starry sky. The second sword cry shook the primordial spirit. The third sword cry turned into a monstrous calamity in the starry sky. For a moment, countless people in the starry sky trembled. They felt that a great disaster was about to befall them. Everyone felt a peerless divine sword hanging on their necks, primordial spirit, and even their spiritual will. The sword was about to fall. Then, 3 divine swords appeared at the same time. They stood side by side and pointed at the immortal emperor and the flying immortal waterfall. One of the swords was red and black. It was the Holy Spirit sword that Zhou Tong often used. It contained the grass symbol sword art. The second sword was golden. This was the sword that Zhou Tong got from Wang Tong. It was a sword embryo refined by ancient Chaos Emperor. It contained the immortal tribulation sword art. The third divine sword was a jade green divine sword. There were even tear stains on the blade. It was made from the immortal tear green gold and contained the chaos calming art. He took out 3 swords. Then 3 gave birth to all things. Countless sword rays bloomed and slashed at the immortal emperor and the flying immortal waterfall. The chaos calming art, the grass symbol sword art, and the immortal tribulation sword art were released at the same time. The power was unimaginable. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. 5-colored divine blood flew. An arm was cut off. When it fell, it had turned into an immortal phoenix wing. At the same time, the flying immortal waterfall, which was said to be unbreakable since ancient times, was slashed apart by countless sword rays and turned into fragments. The Blood Phoenix incarnation saw that the fragments of the flying immortal waterfall were about to explode. He immediately took out the 9 Phoenix furnace and absorbed all the fragments into it. A rain of light flowed inside the furnace. We've caught a big fish this time. With the flying immortal waterfall destroyed, the undying Sky Emperor can no longer interfere here. Zhou Tong put away one of the undying Sky Emperor's wings. Poof! However, as soon as he put away this wing, his body also cracked, almost breaking apart into pieces. However, the immortal phoenix wings on his back shone, surging with unmatched nirvana divine flame. Resplendent power erupted, and light beams overflowed into the heavens. This time, Zhou Tong's body almost exploded into pieces, and his body and spirit were destroyed. But in the end, he managed to stabilize himself with the immortal phoenix technique. It was precisely because he was not in the right state that he had used the 3 major sword techniques to deal with the immortal Sky Emperor. I still have to get rid of these supreme beings first. Zhou Tong steadied himself and stepped into the formation. What? Overlord body, are you done with your breakthrough? No, your aura, the legendary primal chaos body, you actually transformed into a chaotic body. When the Supremes saw Zhou Tong, their hearts turned cold. This person had actually finished his breakthrough and even used it to transform his Azure Tyrant body into the primal chaos body. Today, I will completely destroy all the forbidden areas. Zhou Tong was still in the Overlord body state. Although he had transformed into the primal chaos body, it did not mean that he could not use the Azure Tyrant body's ability. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood, and many cracks had appeared on his body. Even so, when he walked over, the Supremes were still suppressed to the point that they almost suffocated. "I'll fight it out with you." A Supreme Being's expression was ugly, but he resisted with all his might. Boom! Zhou Tong's eyes turned, and his body did not even move. He only flapped the Kuan Peng wings on his back forward. Instantly, yin and yang circulated, and the sound of the great Tao was deafening. After Zhou Tong completely transformed into the primal chaos body, the power of his Kuan Peng technique skyrocketed. With one strike, the universe trembled and wailed. Even the two sets of formations could not block it, and it was transmitted to the outside world. Poof! The Supreme Being had just attacked when he was immediately hit by Zhou Tong's Kuan Peng wings and exploded on the spot. Then, the Overlord bell shook and swallowed the person into the bell, turning him into a brand new blood-colored mark. Chong! A streak of sharp sword radiance hacked down, shocking heaven and earth, unstoppable and unstoppable. A Supreme Being suddenly attacked Zhou Tong, his sword hacking down, wishing to hack Zhou Tong in half. Dang! Zhou Tong didn't evade, only moving his body slightly to the side, using the heavenly horned ant's horn to block this Supreme Being's terrifying attack. Then, with a shake of his head, a kacha noise sounded. That unmatched Emperor sword was directly smashed apart, broken into 6 pieces by Zhou Tong's heavenly horned ant's horn. In that instant, everyone couldn't help but be horrified. The primal chaos body was unmatched, impervious to all methods. This legend immediately appeared in the minds of all Supreme Beings. Now, it seemed like all of this was real after all. Meanwhile, under everyone's shocked eyes, the Lightning Emperor's wings on Zhou Tong's back shook fiercely. It was as if 2 streaks of resplendent blade radiance hacked through the heavens, directly destroying all of this Supreme Being's natural laws, removing his head. Blood radiance rushed into the heavens. Roar! At the same time, the 9 underworld's hose tail behind Zhou Tong released a great roar at the same time, sounding like 9 harmonies. Those 9 dragon-like tails swept out, killing intent rushing into the heavens, erupting with a world-destroying aura. Pooh, 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 pooh. 4 Supreme Beings were swept by the dragon tails, their flesh and primordial spirits exploding in the void, dying a violent death. Dang! On the other side, the Tyrant Bell erupted with radiance, directly smashing heavily into the last Supreme Being's body, breaking his bones and snapping his tendons. Then, with a bell sound, the last Supreme Being was also suppressed and killed. All restricted regions have finally been completely destroyed. Zhou Tong released a breath of relief. The last thing on his mind was finally completed. However, after this battle, Zhou Tong's body couldn't help but sway. His tyrant ancestral body was still splitting apart, his body also relying on the transformed primal chaos body to forcefully glue back together. "I can start recuperating my body." Zhou Tong handed over the task of cleaning up the battlefield to his bell. In any case, the bell could clean up all the remains of the Supreme Beings with a swallow. Willow God Technique. Zhou Tong's whole body was burning with blood energy, and all the essence energy that was evaporated was poured into the 10 heavenly caves' divine ring. His injuries gradually stabilized, and soon after, the tyrant body ancestor gradually dispersed, and he returned to his human form. After half a month, Zhou Tong's essence and qi all over his body dissipated, and even his life aura disappeared. Then, just a few days later, his body once again bloomed with brilliant vitality. At the same time, countless essence and qi from all over the universe rushed over, and many star fields darkened. Countless starlight was guided over and entered Zhou Tong's body. Terrifying fluctuations of blood and qi pierced through the heavens, and the boundless Daos were all wailing and surrendering. The cultivators in the universe couldn't help but tremble no matter how far away they were. Zhou Tong succeeded in his first attempt to break through to the war immortal realm, and finally completely stabilized his body, standing firmly on the primal chaos body. Chapter 6:24. I finally stabilized the results of my attempt to break through to the war immortal realm. Zhou Tong stood up and took a deep breath. He had succeeded in his first attempt to break through to the war immortal realm, successfully transformed into a chaotic body, and lived a new life. It could be said that he was very successful. He looked inside his body and found that the gates of potential in his body had all been opened and had undergone an unimaginable transformation. The potential inside each gate of potential had reached a new and unimaginable peak. If I estimate according to the life force inside the gates of potential, I have a conservative lifespan of 70,000 years in this life, or even 100,000 years. However, in the next round of breaking through to the war immortal realm, I must be at the peak of chi and blood. In other words, I have to break through to the next stage within 30,000 to 50,000 years. Zhou Tong calculated silently. He had just obtained the chaotic body and had not discovered the true strength of this body. Therefore, he needed a large amount of time to rederive the scripture so that his own scripture could adapt to the changes in his body. At the same time, rederiving the scripture was also to perfectly control his current strength. He had succeeded in breaking through this time, but now he had just barely stabilized it. The gates of potential in his body were actually a mess, and he needed to further integrate them. His lifespan was also related to the integration. If he could integrate them efficiently, then his lifespan would naturally reach the highest value in theory, 100,000 years. If the integration was not efficient, then he would only have 70,000 years of lifespan in this life. 100,000 years of lifespan, I must get it, Zhou Tong thought to himself. At the same time, he looked at his 10 heavens divine ring. Now, the world inside the divine ring was already filled with immortal chi. It was full of flowing lights and vibrant colors, and dense fog lingered around it. It was like a fairyland. The blood phoenix in Zhou Tong's original body had sent the essence chi that they had burned while cultivating the willow god technique into this world to strengthen it. His gaze was mainly focused on a new divine fetus that had appeared in this world, a willow tree. This was a divine fetus formed after cultivating the willow god technique. The willow god technique walks on the path of life. Once this technique is cultivated, one's life essence chi will be endless. It can be said that one's blood chi is monstrous. The feeling of cultivating it myself and the blood phoenix incarnation cultivating it are completely different. Zhou Tong also felt that his entire body was filled with endless essence, vast and boundless. There are a few more things to do. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment. Then he took a step forward and arrived at a sea of chaos at the edge of the universe. There were two forbidden areas here, the Immortal Mausoleum and the High Heavens. Immortal Mausoleum. Legend has it that this was the burial ground of true immortals during the immortal ancient era. Zhou Tong quietly walked through the Immortal Mausoleum. As far as the eye could see, there were huge hills, and there were huge stone tablets in front of the hills. They looked like ancient tombs. Zhou Tong walked quietly in this place. The tyrant bell shook leisurely as it recorded some of the Tao and techniques of the past. So that's how it is. The so-called Immortal Mausoleum is actually the immortal ancient small world that Heavenly Emperor Huang once went to. Zhou Tong looked around and roughly understood what the Immortal Mausoleum was. When Heavenly Emperor Huang was cultivating, he had cultivated 3 strands of immortal chi in an immortal ancient small world. The final place of good fortune of that small world was a large grave-like hill like this. After that place was destroyed, it eventually formed the Immortal Mausoleum. Zhou Tong walked in the Immortal Mausoleum and quietly looked at the Tao and techniques recorded on each stone tablet. He comprehended some of the Tao aura on the stone tablet and gained a lot in a short time. After thoroughly walking through the immortal mausoleum, Zhou Tong then came to another forbidden area, the High Heavens. The High Heavens was also called the Burial Sky Island. This was a huge island. The main body of the island was a coffin-like thing. The 9 mountain ridges that extended out were like 9 true dragons. The mountain was majestic, shocking people. 9 dragons pulling a coffin. This island is part of Mount Tai. Zhou Tong walked in the Burial Sky Island and recalled some scenes in the original work. The Burial Sky Island and Mount Tai were originally one and did not belong to this world. During the chaotic ancient era, this divine mountain was forced into this world from another world. In the end, it was discovered by Heavenly Emperor Huang. Heavenly Emperor Huang instinctively cut off this divine mountain and turned it into the current Burial Sky Island and Mount Tai. In the center of the coffin-like island, there was an ancient cave. The immortal energy there was dense and rising, and there was even a resplendent glow lingering around it. There was an immortal aura here that could slow down the flow of time and give people a sense of vitality. The last 2 forbidden areas should be accompanied by the Undying Mountain and the Origin Ancient Mine. Zhou Tong finally left the Heavens Forbidden Area and stood in the sky above the Primal Chaos Sea. He directly put the immortal mausoleum and the Heavens Forbidden Area into his 10 Heavenly Paradise divine ring. Then, he took a step and returned to Earth. He returned to Kunlun Mountain and saw the Dragon Mountain again. It's a waste to leave this thing here. If the tens of thousands of dragon veins are reorganized, maybe something different can be born. Zhou Tong didn't think too much and directly put away the Dragon Mountain on the spot. Of course, this Dragon Mountain was jointly set up by Chao Yuxing and Dizun. With Zhou Tong's current strength, he could indeed destroy this Dragon Mountain. However, he couldn't completely destroy it with his ability. He could only take it away and slowly dismantle it in the future. After doing all this, Zhou Tong returned to the Divine Realm. At this moment, there were already 2 people waiting for him in the Divine Realm. They were Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. You really became an immortal? The Sacred Prince was the first to ask with a trace of excitement. The path to becoming an immortal was a path that even his father couldn't walk. Now, a person who seemed to have succeeded appeared in front of him. How could this not make him excited? According to the standards of the immortal ancient era, I am indeed an immortal. However, in this era, heaven and earth do not allow one to become an immortal. Therefore, strictly speaking, I can't be considered an immortal. I can't achieve immortality. Zhou Tong shook his head. Heaven and earth do not allow one to become an immortal. What do you mean? Yi Fan was astonished. It means what it means. In this world, the source is too weak to support the descent of the immortal tribulation. Therefore, strictly speaking, true immortals are not allowed to appear, Zhou Tong said. If one lives one life after another, how big is the difference between the result and a true immortal? Yi Fan was the first to ask this question that he had been thinking about for a long time. Ever since the Blood Phoenix broke through to become a war immortal, Yi Fan had come to ask Zhou Tong about some things. He had also guessed that this kind of transformation method of living one life after another was possible. Zhou Tong smiled and said, "There isn't much of a difference. The prerequisite is that you can really live for that many lives." Next, Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince asked Zhou Tong questions about immortals. Zhou Tong didn't hide too much and told them about some of his realizations over the years. The 2 of them stayed in the Divine Realm for a whole half a month before finally leaving. Chapter 6:25. In the blink of an eye, more than 9,000 years had passed. In this life, the world had changed greatly, and it was not suitable for cultivation. Ever since the Blood Phoenix and Zhou Tong broke through to the War Immortal realm, the environment of the entire universe had become more and more difficult. It was as if the essence and creation of the world had been exhausted by the 2 of them. In the past 9,000 years, not a single boundary emperor had appeared in the universe. Even a great sage could be considered a top expert and a peerless genius. Even the Big Dipper, the tyrant body, and the divine realm, which had the most abundant spirit chi, were no exception. There were not many great sages. On the other side, whether it was the demon race's immortal court, the tyrant body's ancestral star, or the divine realm, they were all very quiet. No one had ever seen Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix, but everyone knew that they were not dead. That was because they had already lived a second life. Based on their lifespan in their first life, they would have at least 30,000 to 40,000 years of lifespan in their second life. However, although everyone knew that Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix were still alive, the suppression of the Great Tao had disappeared. That was because the Blood Phoenix had already abandoned the Heaven's Core mark when she had lived a second life, and Zhou Tong could easily retract his Great Tao. At the same time, on Fire Mulberry Planet, after so long, the suppression of the Blood Phoenix's Great Tao has finally disappeared. There is no forbidden zone in this world. It is time to start the era of the Golden Crowed Arch. An immortal origin exploded, and a golden-haired man walked out happily. He was in high spirits as he took a step forward and appeared in the universe. Just as he was about to take the second step and arrive at the edge of the universe, boom! An extremely explosive, lightning tribulation descended from the deepest part of the universe. This lightning tribulation shocked almost all the experts in the world. Great Emperor Tribulation. Just as the heavenly phoenix, Thearka's great Tao dissipated, the Great Emperor Tribulation descended. What? I'm one step slower again. Oh, greater than over equal to X. Oh. The Golden Crow the Arch had a look of disbelief. Was he really not fated to become the Arch? When he thought up to here, his face turned pale once more, and then with a pu sound, he spat out another mouthful of golden blood. His face was ashen, and he felt that there was nothing left to look forward to in his life. He could no longer face his fate. In the divine realm, Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at the heavenly tribulation. A golden figure with a mysterious yellow cauldron on its head was charging at the tribulation. The golden blood energy fluctuations shocked everyone in the universe. Yi Fan? Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan, who was in the middle of the thunder tribulation, and felt a little emotional. Yi Fan had finally attained the Tao. Previously, he had attacked the great path of the Blood Phoenix countless times, but he had never succeeded. Now that the great path of the Blood Phoenix had dissipated, he had finally succeeded. In fact, with Yi Fan's cultivation and comprehension of the Great Tao, he already possessed the qualifications to break through the Blood Phoenix Great Tao 3 to 4,000 years ago. However, at that time, Yi Fan was also in the later years of his first life. His blood energy had started to decline, so he had never tried to break through. Now that he had lived a second life, the suppression of the Blood Phoenix Great Tao had also disappeared. Something is not right. Yi Fan seems a little fierce. Did he use the divine elixir of immortality to live a second life? Zhou Tong was shocked. Yi Fan's strength was a little beyond his expectations. Yi Fan's second life was completed by himself, without using the divine elixir of immortality? Zhou Tong could clearly see that Yi Fan was a lot stronger than the last time they met. This speed of improvement was definitely not the speed that Yi Fan's normal comprehension of the Great Tao could achieve. Moreover, Yi Fan's scriptures seemed to have undergone some major changes. He must have opened a brand new door of potential, so he needed a new scripture to unify the strength of his whole body. In these few thousand years, Yi Fan should have recreated his scriptures, stabilized his realm, and nurtured his Tao fruit after living a second life. That's why he tried to break through to the Great Emperor realm at this time. Zhou Tong had a rough idea of Yi Fan's current state. After Yi Fan succeeded in confirming his Tao, his strength should be about the same as in the original work's second life. The door of potential opened more, but did not have the long accumulation and foundation of the original work's second life. Compared to the original work, he did not become much weaker. No, his cauldron is weak. I'm afraid that Yi Fan will have to refine 9 small cauldrons that weigh tens of thousands of kilograms or even hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Otherwise, he will give up on the 9 great immortal metals and only use the myriad chi. Zhou Tong said in the end. Now that the Forbidden Zone had been pacified by Zhou Tong, those supreme weapons had become part of Zhou Tong's cauldrons. Even the undying heavenly blade of the undying Sky Emperor was no exception. Now, even if Yi Fan searched the entire universe, he might not be able to find enough immortal materials to refine the 9 great cauldrons. Moreover, Yi Fan might not have the ability to search the entire universe. The demon race's immortal court, Zhou Tong's divine domain, and the tyrant body's ancestral star were also actively searching for all kinds of immortal materials and divine materials to refine the 9 revolution golden pill. Even if Yi Fan joined in, it would be difficult for him to gather all the materials for the 9 great cauldrons in the original work. He would only be able to gather a few smaller cauldrons. However, if there were too few materials, the immortal metals wouldn't be of much use. My second life is almost 10,000 years old. The primal chaos scripture that I created has long been perfected. In this life, my lifespan should be about 100,000 years. In other words, I still have 40,000 years before I have to make the next breakthrough. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, then turned his gaze to himself. According to Zhou Tong's lifespan, the first 20,000 years were still the rising period of his blood and qi. Then from 20,000 to 50,000 years old, he would be able to maintain his blood and qi at its peak for 30,000 years. After 50,000 years, his blood and qi would start to decline slowly. It was the same without the longevity material and without becoming an immortal. If he couldn't maintain his peak state, his lifespan would eventually come to an end. Breaking through to the war immortal realm had to be at the peak of his blood and qi. Therefore, before he turned 50,000 years old in this life, he had to break through to the war immortal realm and make the final leap. Every time I try to break through to the war immortal realm, I have to prepare a new longevity technique. In my third life, I should sever the primal chaos body and transform into a mortal body. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while. He had an idea. Zhou Tong wouldn't be like Yi Fan in the original, who severed the primal chaos body and then severed the primal chaos body to become a mortal body. He had the ability to do it in one step, directly sever the primal chaos body and transform into a mortal body. The indestructible scripture was just that amazing. Previously, when he was still the heavenly tyrant body, when he strengthened the weakness of the gate of potential in his body, there were already signs of the primal chaos body. Now that he had the primal chaos body, he had the right to skip the heavenly tyrant body stage and directly transform into a mortal body. Only when he completely transformed into a mortal body and patched up all the weaknesses of the gate of potential would this indestructible scripture be truly cultivated. It would be truly flawless and great perfection. And at that time, his cultivation level would also reach quasi-immortal king. However, the next breakthrough will probably be a little more intense. This step will be far more intense than the first breakthrough to the war immortal realm, Zhou Tong thought to himself. He knew that his current state should be about the same as Yi Fan's 6th life. However, if he truly wanted to transform into a war immortal, he should be at the level of his 8th or 9th life. It seemed that skipping levels was not as much as skipping level for the first time, but this was how cultivation was. The further one progressed, the harder it was. The difficulty of advancing one level in the later stages might be even higher than the difficulty of advancing 2 or 3 levels in the early stages. I need to slightly increase my foundation. Zhou Tong muttered himself for a while. Then he swept his gaze across his 10 heavenly paradises, especially the few divine fetuses that had fused with his true fate. I have a feeling that this time, I will definitely be able to find a different world. Zhou Tong had a strong premonition that this time, when he used the mirror of reincarnation, he would not be limited to this world. He would most likely enter a different world. The first time I enter another world, I have decided that it will be you, divine striking stone. Chapter 626. Tianju Mountain was a divine mountain at the junction of the western regions and the north. The mountain was vast and boundless. It towered into the clouds like a heavenly pillar. Hence, it was named Tianju Mountain. There were countless celestial birds, beasts, monsters, and rare treasures in this mountain. On the peak of Tianju Mountain that towered into the clouds, there was a divine stone that was covered by countless shrubs, weeds, and leaves. This stone was shaped like an egg and was as tall as a person. It looked like it was made of jade. There was a hint of emerald green in the sparkling and translucent stone. It looked like an oval-shaped piece of unpolished jade. There were 9 orifices on the stone. They were distributed according to the 9 palaces, just like a human's 9 orifices. There were also wisps of hot air coming out from the 9 orifices. This gave the stone a sense of vitality, as if it was a living being. In this jade-like stone, there was a fetus made of flesh and blood. It looked like a human, but not a human. It looked like a monkey, but not a monkey. However, this fetus was very big. It was the size of a normal person. If one looked closely, one could even see that the heart of this fetus that grew in the stone was still beating. It showed an extremely strong vitality. Even an ordinary person would be able to sense the unparalleled vigor and vitality in the fetus's body. At this moment, the entire god stone began to tremble. Boom! This divine stone's spirit embryo shook violently. Terrifying vitality rippled out like a tidal wave, turning the entire Tianju Mountain into a furnace of heaven and earth. Incomparably pure and terrifying vitality rushed into the sky. It was like a raging wave hitting the shore, causing all the white clouds around Tianju Mountain to disappear. Ah, this vitality. Who is it? It's so scary. What a fierce, pure, yang vitality fluctuation. Is there someone on the mountain breaking through? Peak martial sage? No, it's a human immortal. Heavens, after fighting Buddha Iniwa died, there's still a human immortal in this world. And he's right here. All the cultivators near the Pillar of Heaven's mountains exclaimed in shock. Their faces were pale. Some of the weaker cultivators who cultivated Dao techniques were directly destroyed by the surge of qi and blood. This Tianju Mountain was originally a divine mountain in the northwest. Countless cultivators had cultivated on it for generations. Now, these people were all shocked by this extremely terrifying vitality fluctuation. This was especially true for the cultivators who cultivated Taoist techniques. Each and every one of them was severely injured. This was the qi and blood of the divine stone spirit embryo. Just the qi and blood fluctuation of its birth was enough to shock the world. Boom! The divine stone spirit embryo was nurtured to perfection, and heaven and earth seemed to have sensed it. In an instant, the dark clouds that were originally dispersed by the pure yang qi and blood condensed back into form. For a moment, the color of the mountains and rivers changed, and the earth lost its light. Within the dark clouds, there were even tens of thousands of thunderbolts. Crack! Suddenly, a dazzling white light cut through the dark clouds like a divine sword and landed on the peak of Sky Pillar God Mountain. Looking from afar, it was as if a lightning dragon had descended from the heavens and coiled around the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, causing the entire place to tremble in fear. This was the might of the heavens and earth. Lightning falls in broad daylight. Could it be that there's an evil spirit with heavy yin qi there? Impossible. How could there be such an evil spirit with such yin qi in the place of a human immortal? Spring thunders, summer thunders. Summer thunders are much stronger than spring thunders. Even a ghost immortal with 4 or 5 lightning tribulations would not be able to withstand it. However, for lightning to descend here, could it be that this human immortal had also cultivated Tao techniques? He actually dared to attract summer thunders. This is beyond imagination. It's going to be autumn soon. This should be the last thunder of summer. In an instant, the expressions of all the cultivators around the Pillar of Heaven's mountains changed drastically. This kind of expert was beyond everyone's imagination. It was too terrifying. At the same time, at the peak of Sky Pillar God Mountain, BZZT, 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 lightning fell from the sky and turned into a ball of lightning, completely enveloping the pillar of heaven's divine stone. Instantly, the sound of electricity filled the entire peak of Sky Pillar God Mountain. This sound was like two peerless divine swords vibrating and rubbing against each other, strong and powerful. Hearing this sound, even the most powerful martial saint in this world could not help but have goosebumps all over his body. His entire body trembled and his bones went numb. This was the sound of thunder, the most terrifying force in the world. Buzz! The lightning that enveloped the divine stone circulated and finally split into 9, pouring into the 9 holes of the divine stone's spirit embryo. The lightning that entered the spirit embryo immediately released the most terrifying power of creation in the world. The tyrannical lightning cleansed every inch of the divine stone's flesh and blood, nourishing its skin, tendons, and bones. This lightning was the best nourishment for the divine stone. Kacha! 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 At this moment, the outside of the jade-like, unpolished jade gave off a cracking sound. It was as if this divine stone had been destroyed by the lightning. The stone cracked and fell off continuously. Pieces of stone fell to the ground, giving off a crisp sound like that of gold and jade. It was so loud that it almost made people wonder if it was stone. Furthermore, every piece of broken divine stone that fell off also gave off a pure yang power of blood and chi. These broken divine stones were the most powerful and terrifying forging materials in the world. Even if it was just some powder that fell off, once mixed with ordinary steel, it could turn an ordinary weapon into a peerless divine weapon. This was because this was the body of the divine stone that had been nurtured by the world for tens of thousands of years. Boom! In the next moment, the entire pillar of heaven's divine stone exploded. Terrifying blood and chi surged like a vast ocean. For a moment, rocks flew into the air and raging waves crashed against the shore. Intense yang blood and chi violently exploded. After the divine stone shattered, the divine stone broke out of its shell and transformed into a human figure that looked exactly like Zhou Tong. Kacha! He opened his eyes. When he opened them, it was as if 2 beams of light shot out from them. The blood and chi in his body surged like a great river. Every inch of his flesh was as strong and heavy as 3 mountains and 5 peaks. Every bone was as immortal as divine gold. The pure yang blood and chi that filled the sky converged. He became calm again, just like an ordinary person without any abnormalities. As soon as he was born, he already had a flawless body, an indestructible Vajra body. I didn't think that after the divine striking stone's true fate was reincarnated in the mirror of reincarnation, it would become a divine spirit stone embryo. Zhou Tong looked at his own body, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. The divine striking stone embryo is simply the essence of the essence. The more Zhou Tong examined it, the more satisfied he was. This body was extremely mysterious, and it was simply beyond his imagination. In terms of divine spirits, the potential of this body is definitely far greater than that of the Stone Emperor. Even the immortal tier green gold divine spirit emperor that I killed before was far from my match. Zhou Tong was secretly shocked. As expected of the divine striking stone's embryo, its potential was unparalleled in the world. Chapter 6:27. Finally born, divine striking stone divine embryo. Oh, I feel like I can leave any time? Zhou Tong pondered for a while, and finally saw a mark on his body, which was similar to the reincarnation mark. Without a doubt, this must be the mark of the reincarnation mirror on his body. As long as this mark is activated, he can directly leave this place, return to shrouded heaven world, and return to his original body. Being able to leave at any time and return to my original body at any time is good. At least if I encounter any danger I can't resist, there's a way out. Next is to see if there is anything special about this body. Zhou Tong nodded, very satisfied, and then sat down cross-legged and more carefully examined his body. But the divine spirit of this world, the power is barely passable, but there is no heaven and earth Tao. He found that his body was simply a perfect embryo and had never experienced any polishing the original body. The divine spirit of shrouded heaven world was completely different from this. The divine spirit of that world was perfectly born, and it was the fruit of heaven and earth. Not only did it have extremely strong power, but it also had extremely powerful laws. But the divine spirit of this world was just a blank. Except for this infinite potential, there was nothing, and everything needed to be comprehended by oneself. There was no law. Zhou Tong could feel that the power he had now could only be regarded as the product of excess potential. Compared to the divine spirit of shrouded heaven world, it is not bad. To what extent can I grow in the future? It depends on my own perception and opportunity. Zhou Tong said in his heart, although the divine spirit of shrouded heaven world, as long as it was born normally, it would be a different kind of Tao, and complete Tao, but there was not much room for improvement. The number of great emperors of the divine spirit lineage was not less than that of humans, but none of them had embarked on the path of mortal-immortal transformation, which was too much. Everything was too perfect, so those divine spirits could not find the possibility of going further and could not find the possibility of surpassing everything. Only the kind of race that was born with nothing and needed constant training and growth could master everything and surpass everything. Therefore, the divine spirit of shrouded heaven world was more difficult to break through. I don't know what the cultivation of this world is like, but to be able to give birth to a stone embryo, it must not be too weak. A weak world, it is impossible to give birth to something like a stone embryo. Zhou Tong also understood that the stone embryo must have been born by absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the sun and moon. It was impossible for a world with weak heaven and earth spirit qi to be born. However, in a world with strong heaven and earth spirit qi, there was a high probability that it could breed a cultivation system that belonged to that world. However, I'm a little embarrassed. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. He was still a newborn and had nothing on him. He quickly tore off a large branch from a nearby tree and wrapped it around his body. Afterward, he looked at the shattered stones around him. These stones had all fallen off from his divine embryo, and they were all supreme treasures. If it was in shrouded heaven world, it would be an immortal material enough to make an imperial weapon. Most importantly, it was made from one of the 10 vicious, the god-striking stone. This is a little troublesome. This body hasn't started cultivating yet, so it can't be used as a portable storage device. Forget it. I'll hide you first. When I start cultivating, I'll dig you out. Zhou Tong picked up all the broken stones and then dug a large hole in a more hidden place and threw all the broken stones into it. After covering it with soil and burying all the traces, he moved a few stones and placed them on top of it. After a long time, Zhou Tong finally cleaned up all the traces. I've cleaned it up according to the usual method. I just don't know what level of cultivation this world has. If a cultivator of a certain level comes here, I guess I won't be able to hide it. Zhou Tong was also a little speechless. These things could only be left to luck. Forget it. I'll continue to explore the mysteries of my body. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, but did not think much about it. He continued to sit cross-legged and quietly comprehended the mysteries of this body. Previously, he had only felt the potential of this body, but he was not clear about some of the specific mysteries of this body. Now, he was comprehending with all his might and suddenly had a different harvest. He clearly sensed that there seemed to be 108 acupoints on his body, which corresponded to the stars in the sky, and vaguely had the meaning of the 108 celestial spirits and earthly fiends. 108 acupoints? Is this the deeper mystery of my body? Zhou Tong spent a few days comprehending the acupoints one by one. He could feel that each acupoint seemed to have some different power, as if it had some special ability. One of the acupoints between his eyebrows seemed to be able to strengthen the power of the divine soul. The acupoints on his left and right legs seemed to connect him to the earth and could feel the heaviness of the earth. There were similar acupoints on the rest of his body, each of which had various functions. If I develop these functions, perhaps I can turn them into a unique, great divine ability. Zhou Tong thought silently, but he did not act rashly. In fact, with his realm, he could easily create a scripture, and it would be at least a quasi-emperor level scripture. If he spent 100 years, he could even create a great emperor-level scripture. However, Zhou Tong didn't do this. He understood clearly that this true life of his came to this other world precisely to see the different cultivation systems of this other world. That was why he couldn't cultivate the heaven-covering method, couldn't cultivate the chaotic ancient method, couldn't cultivate the immortal ancient method, couldn't even cultivate the divine striking stones precious technique that came with this divine striking stones divine core. He did not want the divine embryo that he had painstakingly reincarnated to be contaminated by other cultivation systems. He wanted to rely on the original cultivation system of this world to cultivate to the highest realm. Moreover, he did not dare to be sure that there were only 108 acupoints in his body. Would there be more that had not been opened? I should find someone to ask. I don't even know what the cultivation system of this world is like. Zhou Tong sighed and stood up. He could not continue to waste time here. Without understanding the cultivation system of this world, if he continued to ponder, in the end, he would still walk the path of the heaven-concealing technique, the chaotic ancient technique, and the immortal ancient technique. Oh, I was just about to find someone, but I didn't expect someone to come knocking on my door. Zhou Tong had just stood up when he suddenly sensed something. He abruptly turned his head and looked to his right. 100 zhang away, a person had just climbed up the mountain he was on and was looking at him from afar. Chapter 628. My body is also very sensitive. Zhou Tong knew very well that he had not undergone any cultivation. He had only relied on his most instinctive reaction and that indescribable sixth sense. The moment he got up, he sensed that there was a gaze not far away on him. So he turned his head and saw a man quietly looking at him. Most of this person's body was hidden behind a huge rock, and only half of his head was exposed. However, with only half of his head, Zhou Tong could roughly tell that this person was about 50 years old. Oh no! When this person saw Zhou Tong turn his head, he suddenly panicked and turned to run. However, this person's movements were like slow motion in Zhou Tong's eyes. The moment he turned around, Zhou Tong moved as fast as lightning. In just 2 steps, he had already arrived behind this person and pressed his palm on his shoulder. Crack! With a soft sound, this person's legs were instantly fractured, and he directly knelt on the ground. However, Zhou Tong was still standing behind him, neither hurriedly nor slowly, a hand gently pressing on his shoulder. I don't know if the language of this world works. Even if it works, I don't know if this person will deceive me. After all, I have no cultivation at all. Zhou Tong wanted to ask something, but he hesitated. In the end, he made up his mind. In order to get information, I'll make an exception and use the divine striking stone's precious technique once. He directly pointed his finger between this person's eyebrows, and the divine striking stone's precious technique was instantly displayed. In an instant, this person's soul was shattered into pieces. At the same time, Zhou Tong's soul swept out and swept away this person's incomplete divine sense. This person was only 40 or 50 years old. How much experience could he have? In an instant, Zhou Tong understood everything. Martial arts, flesh training, tendon training, skin training, bone training, viscera training, marrow training, blood-changing martial saint, aperture training and vacuum shattering, Taoist arts concentration, shell formation, night travel, day travel, driving objects, manifestation, possession, ghost immortal, thunder tribulation, and yang spirit. So that's how it is. It's actually the world of sun god. After gaining insight into this person's memories, Zhou Tong immediately understood. It turned out that he was currently in the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. His god, striking stone, true fate, had reincarnated into the spirit embryo of the pillar of heaven's mountains. The moment it was born, it was a human immortal. I did accidentally snatch away Hong Yi's greatest asset for his rise to power. He started off at the human immortal stage. Zhou Tong chuckled. No, this body of mine is actually many times more terrifying than the divine fetus in the original work. In the original work, it was only an ordinary divine stone spirit embryo, but mine is a divine striking stone. Then he looked at the middle-aged man whose divine soul was shattered and said, "However, this man is not simple. He is a disciple of the Essence Divine Temple and was ordered to investigate the possible existence of a human immortal here. Do you intend to do something to me? That's good too. I didn't kill the wrong person." Zhou Tong casually changed into the man's clothes and casually tossed the man's corpse down from the top of the pillar of heaven's mountains. The disciple who was sent to investigate the human immortal was not a core disciple of the Essence Divine Temple. He did not know Taoist magic arts and only had a martial arts manual, the Divine Mara Hammer, which could only be cultivated to the martial saint realm. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and directly began to cultivate. He did not have anything more profound in his hands, so he could only try to figure out the cultivation methods of the sun god world from the most basic martial arts techniques. This Divine Mara Hammer could be considered a pretty good secret manual. It contained a series of techniques for refining the flesh, tendons, skin, bones, viscera, marrow, and blood. To comprehend the cultivation methods of this world, I should start from the basics. Zhou Tong immediately prepared to cultivate the Divine Mara Hammer. Mara was the legendary guardian of the Essence Divine Temple. He was a great devil with copper skin and iron bones. He carried a sledgehammer in his hand, and anyone who disobeyed him would be killed with one blow. The Divine Mara Hammer was the quintessence of this technique. Cultivating this technique would allow one to advance step by step. Once one reached the peak of this technique, one would be able to transform into a Mara, possessing skin of copper and bones of iron, filled with ferocity and vigor. The martial arts system of the sun god world was very shallow, secular martial arts before reaching the human immortal realm. Zhou Tong only read the manual once, and then suddenly understood its essence. I've understood everything thoroughly. I can start cultivating now. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and stood up. He suddenly took a step forward and directly punched out with his right fist like a hammer. At the same time, he spat out chi with his fist and let out a roar like a fiend god. Boom! With Zhou Tong's current human immortal physique as a foundation, practicing a fist art was quite a frightening matter. With just one punch, the roar of the fiend god shook 100 miles. It was as if a peerless fiend god had appeared in the sky pillar mountain and roared towards the sky, causing all the birds and beasts within 100 miles to run away. The combination of pure yang blood chi and the Divine Mara Hammer's power made it seem as if a pure yang sun had appeared in the pillar of heaven's mountains. Its heavenly might was unfathomable, causing the few cultivators who had yet to leave to tremble in fear. They didn't dare to stay any longer. However, Zhou Tong was immersed in this fist art. He had thoroughly understood all the profundities of the Divine Mara Hammer. His every movement was like a real fiend god. His skin, muscles, bones, organs, and even his blood and marrow were directly mobilized by him and trembled with each punch. Without a doubt, this fist art was the essence of the Divine Mara Hammer. If it was an ordinary person, they would naturally have to start from the foundation step by step. However, with Zhou Tong's human immortal physique, he naturally didn't need to cultivate in this manner. He directly combined the essences of flesh, tendon, skin, bone, viscera, marrow, and blood into one. Primordial hammer, draping hammer, star-shattering hammer. Zhou Tong practiced all kinds of hammer arts in the form of a fist art. Together with Zhou Tong's breathing technique, countless terrifying noises suddenly erupted. The sound of mountains and rivers shattering, the roar of a fiend god. In just a moment, the entire sky pillar mountain became a forbidden area. Many cultivators who were far away felt as if they were looking directly at the sun when looking at this place. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Zhou Tong had also awakened from his cultivation state. Of course, it wasn't because he didn't want to cultivate anymore. It was because he was hungry. Damn, the human immortals of this world don't have the ability to abstain from eating. No wonder the original book said that Monk Inu of the Great Zen Temple ate 9 meals a day, 3 cows, and a big meal every 4 hours. Zhou Tong rubbed his stomach, speechless. Of course, as a human immortal, it didn't matter if he didn't eat for 10 days or half a month. However, this couldn't be done during cultivation. Zhou Tong had cultivated the divine Mara hammer for an entire day. Naturally, his qi and blood had been depleted a lot. He needed food to replenish it. This is troublesome. I still have to go hunting. Zhou Tong got up and walked down the mountain. Then, he paused and took out the fragments of the sky pillar mountain again. Then he took off his outer robe and walked down the mountain with the sky pillar mountain. Since he knew which world this was, Zhou Tong naturally knew his own strength. Human immortals were without a doubt the top fighting force. Even if he carried a pile of stones with him, no one would dare to rob him. He was the divine embryo of the divine striking stone. In fact, the best way to deal with these stones was to eat them. These stones were of the same origin as him. Eating them was useless. The divine striking stone needed to eat different stones to evolve. Chapter 629. Night fell, and the stars and moon shone brightly. In a natural cave on Tianzhu Mountain, Zhou Tong sat quietly beside a bonfire that was burning with red flames. There was a grill on the volcano, and there was a cow covered in purple scales on the grill. This was the result of Zhou Tong's hunting in Tianzhu Mountain. He did not know what kind of mutant this cow was, but it looked extraordinary and should taste good. It was suitable for him to replenish his blood and qi. As time passed, golden oil dripped from the cow's body, and a tempting aroma wafted out. This mutant cow was very strange. Zhou Tong did not add any seasoning, but it had such a meaty aroma, and it was very appetizing. Finally, the beef was roasted. Zhou Tong grabbed it and wolfed it down. In just a moment, the whole cow was in Zhou Tong's stomach, and not even the bones were left. However, after eating the whole cow, his stomach did not swell at all. It was still normal. The digestive ability of a human immortal is really scary. It was completely digested as soon as I ate it. The efficiency is too high. Zhou Tong felt that his blood and qi had been replenished. If I continue to cultivate like this, who knows how much I'll have to eat. However, the divine Mara hammer has been completed, and I don't need to cultivate it for a while. With Zhou Tong's cultivation and foundation, a mere divine Mara hammer was naturally cultivated to perfection in a single day. In fact, even the creator of this technique might not necessarily be able to surpass him in this aspect. Next, I should go and find the true mysteries of the human immortal martial Tao. Those methods of training, the acupoints, are the essence of this world's martial Tao. There are also the mysteries of Tao techniques, and the Tao of Yang spirit is also very fierce. Zhou Tong thought about the cultivation system of this world. The cultivation system of this world was nothing in the early stages, and in Zhou Tong's eyes, it was child's play. However, in the later stages of cultivation, it was simply a leap of heaven. For example, the divine soul Taoist technique only required 4 lightning tribulations to have the ability to create a world with a single thought. The heaven shrouding technique required one to be a saint to have such an ability. The 7 lightning tribulations were known as the creator. At this level, one could even create life. It was simply a miracle. The heaven shrouding technique did not have such an ability. As for the 9 lightning tribulations, that was even more terrifying. The most terrifying qualitative change in the cultivation system of this world was the 9th-stage thunder retribution to the Yang spirit stage. A single thought of the Sun spirit was comparable to all the power of a 9th-stage lightning retribution expert, and the Sun spirit had 480 million thoughts. Just one level up, and his power had increased by 480 million times. How terrifying was that? This difference in power was almost comparable to the difference between a first heaven great saint and a quasi-emperor of the shrouding heavens world. The same principle applied to the cultivation of martial arts. In the later stages, the fist intent would take physical form, flesh and blood would be born, and it would transform into a myriad of forms. In the end, it would even shatter the void. The skipping of levels was even more terrifying than the lightning tribulation of a ghost immortal. Looking at the time now, the plot is about to start. Hong, he may not take long to start his counterattack. I can take a look at the sutra of the past and also complete my Taoist technique. Zhou Tong thought for a while and then directly took action. A mere knight was nothing to a human immortal like Zhou Tong. He had already obtained a rough map from the memory of the Essence Yuan Temple disciple and was also very clear about the location of the Great Qin dynasty. Carrying the countless divine stone fragments, Zhou Tong directly set off. At the same time, on the other side, in the Jade capital of the Great Qin dynasty. At the center of the Jade capital was the central area of the Great Qin dynasty, the Imperial City. Outside the Imperial City was a moat. Many bridges were built on the moat using white jade-like stone materials. Behind the bridges was the city wall of the Imperial City. It was all red painted with gold tiles, and its height was as high as 200 feet. Outside the city wall were Imperial guards patrolling day and night. Each of them was full of vitality, and their cold eyes were looking around the Imperial City. At first glance, one could tell that they were a group of iron soldiers. In the Imperial City, there were many palaces and thousands of houses. In the east of the Imperial City, there was a side hall where the cabinet ministers shared the emperor's worries and handled court affairs. The sky was getting dark, and lanterns had been raised inside and outside the Imperial City. All the ministers had gone back to rest, but there was still one person sitting in the cabinet. It was the imperial tutor of the Great Qin dynasty, Hong Xuanji. Hong Xuanji was handling the memorials one by one and selected the important ones to present to the emperor. At this moment, a series of footsteps were heard. The eunuch on duty outside the door immediately shouted, "The emperor has arrived. Greetings, your majesty." Hearing the eunuch's voice, Hong Xuanji immediately got up from his seat, walked out of the room, and bowed deeply. "You may dispense with the formalities." An old man wearing a 9-dragon golden crown and a golden dragon robe walked over. His temples were slightly gray, but his face was like jade. His steps were steady, and his expression was calm. He had a graceful bearing that controlled the world. This person was the current emperor of the Great Qin dynasty, the Qian Emperor. "Left and right, you may all leave." The Qian Emperor waved his hand, and the guards and eunuchs immediately retreated 100 steps away. "Xuanji, you already know about the incident at the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains, right? I didn't expect such a person to appear in the current world. A human immortal." The Qian Emperor took a deep breath and sighed. Logically speaking, such a person shouldn't be unknown. Why did he suddenly appear? I've already written a memorial about this matter. I wonder if your majesty has read it? Hong Xuanji's voice was calm and unhurried. "Of course, I've read it." A hint of worry appeared in Autarch Qian's eyes, but according to some of the information in your analysis, the human immortal seems to be cultivating the divine Mara hammer of the Essence Origin Temple in Sky Pillar Mountain. But is he really from the Essence Origin Temple? Why did such a master suddenly appear in the Essence Origin Temple and send him to the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains? I don't think we need to think too much about these things. This person might not be from the Essence Origin Temple. The Divine Mara Hammer isn't the core technique of the Essence Origin Temple, so it's normal for an outsider to learn it. Hong Xuanji was still calm. As for why he deliberately used the Divine Mara Hammer in the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains, I can't guess the deeper meaning behind it. However, although I can't guess why he used the Divine Mara Hammer, he might have done something else before this. There must be a reason for this. Perhaps there's some treasure in the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. Although we found out a bit late, there are still some traces on the mountain, Hong Xuanji said. "You're right, my beloved. I'll immediately send people to search the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The Qian Emperor nodded. Both Hong Xuanji and the Qian Emperor were people with great power. They would never think of sending people to a place where a human immortal could be. How dangerous would that be? In their eyes, this spy's life and death was part of the test. Chapter 630. Great Qian Dynasty. Outside the Jade Capital, West Mountain. West Mountain was a huge mountain outside the Jade Capital, occupying a radius of 100 miles. Although this mountain couldn't be compared to those famous mountains and rivers, its terrain was complicated. There were waterfalls, rocky forests, and many wolves. Every winter, there would be many nobles hunting there. It was early autumn, and the vegetation in West Mountain was withering. On this day, a tall man walked into the mountain with a huge and heavy bag on his back. He was wearing tattered clothes that he hadn't changed for a long time. He looked like a beggar, but his skin was as white as jade, making him look like a fallen noble. This person was Zhou Tong. After he came out from the Pillar of Heaven's mountain, he rushed towards the Jade Capital of Great Qian Dynasty. He didn't walk on the official road, but walked deep into the mountains. Firstly, it was impossible to find any ingredients with spiritual energy near the official road. If he were to take the official road, with his current appetite as a human immortal, he would have to spend most of his time eating, drinking, and defecating every day. Secondly, he was carrying the shard of the Pillar of Heaven's divine stone. Although it was wrapped in cloth, the pure yang qi couldn't be dispersed. If he walked on the official road, he would be noticed by people who knew what it was. There would be a lot of trouble, and it would be a waste of time. It would also add many unnecessary variables to his goal. Therefore, along the way, Zhou Tong tried his best to avoid walking in places with a lot of people. His clothes were already in tatters as he walked through mountains and rivers. After a month of rushing, I've finally reached the West Mountain of the Jade Capital. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and carried the shard of the divine stone as he climbed towards the highest peak of West Mountain. With his cultivation as a human immortal, climbing the mountain was a piece of cake. In a short while, he was already standing on the peak. Although this mountain wasn't as tall as the Pillar of Heaven's mountain, looking down on the entire West Mountain from the peak made him feel like he was looking down on all the other mountains. The Valley of the Pure Fox Race. Zhou Tong stood on the peak and carefully observed every corner of West Mountain, not letting go of any traces. After reaching the realm of human immortal, Zhou Tong's eyesight was like the difference between heaven and earth, as everything within a radius of 100 miles could be seen clearly in his eyes. Just as Zhou Tong was looking at one of the valleys, a white shadow suddenly flashed through the gaps between the leaves. Found it. So it's here. Zhou Tong revealed a look of joy. Now that he had found this group of foxes, it meant that he had already obtained the past Amitabha Sutra. Soon, Zhou Tong walked towards a valley. G. 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 Just as Zhou Tong entered the valley, a hurried cry rang out. There was a trace of fear in the voice, and even the cry was trembling. Zhou Tong turned around and saw two snow-white little foxes huddled together on the ground, staring at him in horror. It is indeed a rare spiritual item, and it has opened the path of cultivation. Zhou Tong looked at the little foxes and felt a little amused. However, he also knew what these little foxes were afraid of. As a leakless human immortal, as long as he wanted to, he could make his aura not leak at all, and these little foxes would naturally not be able to sense his strange phenomenon. However, the heavenly pillar godstones on his back were different. When the strong, pure yang aura spread out, it was like the corpse of a human immortal, which naturally made these little foxes tremble in fear. But these little foxes are nothing. I don't see that old fox. I need to do something to lure him out. Zhou Tong's heart stirred, and he immediately released a trace of his aura. Buzz. The pure yang aura of a human immortal bloomed, and in an instant, the aura around Zhou Tong surged, and a faint layer of red light spread out, like a blazing sun. Gee! The two little foxes screamed, and then their heads tilted to the side, and they fainted. "Senior, please have mercy." At this time, a hurried voice was heard. In the forest, not far away, an old fox wearing clothes walked upright like a human and swayed out from the forest in the distance, looking quite anxious. Zhou Tong released his aura and then retracted it, and said, "Don't worry, they are fine. It was just a joke." The old fox ran to the two little foxes and checked on them, and he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned to Zhou Tong and cupped his hands, saying, "Senior, thank you for your mercy." As he spoke, his two claws tapped on the forehead of the two little foxes. Zhou Tong could feel that some kind of spiritual power seemed to have penetrated into them. Not long after, the two little foxes woke up. They saw Zhou Tong not far away, and they immediately trembled. With a scream, they quickly shrank into the old fox's arms. Xiao sang, "Xiao Fei, don't be afraid. Senior is just joking with you." The old fox patted the two little foxes. The two little foxes turned to look at Zhou Tong, but the fear in their eyes did not lessen. Especially when they looked at the bag on Zhou Tong's back, they were a little frightened. Zhou Tong said, "Along the way, this is the first time I have seen a beast that can speak the human language. It is very novel." The old fox shook his head and said, "Humans have their own language, and beasts have their own language. Mina, brother wasp, and parrot can learn the human language. Why can't us foxes learn the human language? Language is just pronunciation. What's so strange about being able to learn it?" "Haha, that makes sense." Zhou Tong chuckled. Hearing that Zhou Tong agreed with his reasoning, the old fox was so happy that his beard stood up. However, when he saw the fear in the two little foxes' eyes, he continued, "Senior, what you are carrying must be a rare treasure in the world. It is enough to intimidate 10,000 beasts. Therefore, Xiao Sang and Xiao Fei are a little scared. Please don't blame us. It's fine. The things in my bag are treasures, so I have not been to the human world much. Instead, I have often stayed in the mountains and forests. I have seen many of these gazes." Zhou Tong said, "Beasts were usually more sensitive than humans. Perhaps only experts who had reached a certain level of cultivation could sense the heavenly pillar divine stone on Zhou Tong's back. However, to the beasts in the mountains and forests, they were extremely sensitive to auras. Many of them could sense the pure yang qi. Senior, this place is not far from the Jade Capital. If you are not willing to go to the human world, why don't you come to my West Mountain Valley to rest for a while? Our Pure Fox clan is different from ordinary wild beasts. Instead, we're closer to human society." The old fox was very hospitable. He actually extended an invitation to Zhou Tong. It was rare to meet a human who was so easy to talk to. Furthermore, he was a human expert. The old fox naturally wanted to get closer to human society and learn more things. "Then I'll have to trouble everyone." Zhou Tong smiled faintly and directly agreed. Chapter 631. Senior, please. The old fox led the way and brought Zhou Tong to a cave in the south of the secluded valley. The cave was big and wide. It was obviously the residence of the foxes. After walking in, it was like entering a palace hall. There were many small holes on the walls of the cave, and countless oil lamps were lit in the small holes. The materials of these oil lamps were not simple. When they burned, there was no smoke or any pungent smell. Instead, there was a kind of fragrance. Furthermore, the light of the oil lamps was very bright. When the wind blew, the flames did not sway. On the four sides of the cave, there were all kinds of wooden bookshelves. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books. There were handwritten books, woodcut books, lithographs, rubbing books, and so on. There were all kinds of books. Around the walls, other than the 10 huge bookshelves, there were also countless yellowed books in the corners. A conservative estimate of the number of books in this stone room was as many as 100,000. Seeing Zhou Tong looking at the books, the old fox who was leading the way was faintly proud. His beard was curling up and down. Zhou Tong felt that it was funny. This old fox had simply learned all the habits of humans. When many big families showed off their books to others, they probably felt the same way. Zhou Tong immediately walked towards the books and casually picked up a few books to read. Most of the books were books about Buddhist scriptures. They were all brought out by the foxes after the great Zen temple was destroyed. As expected, when the old fox saw Zhou Tong flipping through the books, he began to explain the origins of these books. Sigh. It's a pity that the 1,000-year-old temple was burned to the ground because it contacted the remnants of the previous dynasty to rebel. Speaking of the ending of the great Zen temple, the old fox was somewhat emotional. The great Zen temple was a 1,000-year-old temple. It occupied a large area and was extremely prosperous. It was said that the little monks who came to offer incense to the Buddha and Bodhisattva every day had to ride a horse. At the same time, this temple was also a martial arts holy land, a cultivation holy land, and a wealth holy land. It's hard to say if it was a rebellion, but the great Qian dynasty was truly greedy for the wealth and martial arts of the great Zen temple. Zhou Tong shook his head. Basically, no capable monarch would tolerate such a place that had accumulated so much wealth, especially a temple that didn't need to pay taxes. Senior, you are wise. The old fox's eyes lit up as he nodded in agreement. There are many books here. Can I stay here for a few more days? Zhou Tong turned his head to look at the old fox and asked, Senior, please feel free to read here. I will take care of all your tea and food. The old cunning fox was very attentive. As long as you can spare some time to give us some pointers, it will be fine. Based on Zhou Tong's previous words, the old fox could basically confirm that Zhou Tong was at least somewhat knowledgeable. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to say such words. Their pure fox clan had always secretly learned the etiquette and language of the human race, but they rarely interacted with the human race. Now that there was such a person who was willing to live here and communicate with them for a while, he was more than happy to do so. My knowledge is limited. There are many things that I have not learned. I am afraid that I will have to disappoint you. Zhou Tong shook his head. Regarding the knowledge and principles of this world, he actually didn't know much. Because ever since he came to this world, he had only obtained the memories of the disciples of the Essence Temple. What he knew was basically his own knowledge. Although many things were similar in terms of basic principles, some of the principles of shrouding the heavens world could actually be used in this sun god world. But before he truly understood the principles and knowledge of this world, Zhou Tong wasn't willing to say anything more. There is no end to learning. There is a saying, a clear understanding of worldly affairs is knowledge, and human experience is literature. Senior, you have traversed mountains and ridges. Just your life experience alone is far from what we wild foxes can compare to. The old fox said, life experience. That also depends on what kind of experience it is. If I have any experience, there is no harm in teaching you. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong agreed, don't call me senior. I'm not that old. Just call me Zhou Tong. As Zhou Tong spoke, his eyes continued to stare at the books on the bookshelf. All right, then you can read slowly here. This old man is going to teach those children. If there's anything you need, just let me know. When the old fox saw that Zhou Tong was flipping through the books again, he nodded his head and said one last time. After that, he went out to greet the other little foxes. After the old cunning fox left, Zhou Tong quickly turned his gaze to the bookshelf in the middle of the room. His gaze was focused on the two huge books, Martial Scripture and Tao Scripture. Both books were large volumes, each with dozens of thick volumes. The past Amitabha Sutra should be in the gaps of the Martial Scriptures. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment before he started reading the two scriptures. The Martial Scripture and the Tao Scripture were classics compiled by collecting books from all over the world at the beginning of the Great Qian Dynasty. However, not long after this book was compiled, it was immediately treated as a forbidden book by the Great Qian Dynasty. At the same time, the Martial Scripture and the Tao Scripture that were spread among the people were collected and burned together. Anyone who was found to have secretly kept these books was severely punished. However, the Martial Scripture and the Tao Scripture of the Great Qian Dynasty had many places deleted. Moreover, the things recorded in them were mostly crude. However, there were many things that Zhou Tong needed. When he came to this world, he only had the Mara hammer. The rest of his knowledge about martial arts and Taoist magic arts was obtained from the disciples of the Essence Spirit Temple. He needed some other general knowledge about martial arts to supplement his knowledge. Even if the martial scripture and the Tao scripture only talked about the basics, it would do. After flipping through the two scriptures, the first chapter of this book talked about the principles of martial arts and Taoist magic arts, crossing the sea. The human world was a big sea of bitterness. The human body was the boat that crossed the sea, and the soul was the person in the boat. Martial arts was to cultivate the body so that it could carry people across the sea. Taoist magic arts were to cultivate the soul. When the time came, even if the body decayed, the person in the boat could swim by himself or even change to another boat. Zhou Tong read very quickly. After he finished reading the two scriptures, he suddenly had a new understanding of the martial arts and Taoist magic arts of this world. Martial arts is not much different from what I thought. There's also no method that I really need to open the aperture acupoints. However, in terms of Taoist magic arts, I have a real comprehensive and systematic understanding. Zhou Tong thought to himself. He did know some realms of Taoist magic arts from the original text. However, the original text did not clearly state how to cultivate in all aspects. Therefore, Zhou Tong only knew a general idea. He did not understand the real, most basic things at all. However, the Tao scripture allowed Zhou Tong to have a comprehensive understanding of Taoist magic arts. He knew many of its mysteries. Of course, the biggest gain is still this. Zhou Tong held an extremely thin, dark golden, silk-like thing in his hand. It was this sutra of the past Amitabha, hidden in the gaps of the martial scripture. Chapter 632. This dark golden silk scroll was hidden in the gap of the martial scripture. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. Normally, no one would be able to detect it. However, Zhou Tong had long known where it was. He had deliberately searched for it and paid attention to it at all times. Naturally, he had found this scroll when he was reading the martial scripture. Even when he pulled out the Amitabha Sutra, it did not cause any damage to the original copy of the martial scripture. When he opened the scroll, he saw that it was densely engraved with countless words. At the center of the scroll was a golden Buddha. This Buddha sat upright in the void, with countless suns, moons, and stars revolving around it. Although the words on the scroll were very small, they were very clear. Every word seemed to have been carved with a knife, and they had a mysterious power. If one looked carefully, these words seemed to be about to fly out. These words are already as mysterious as the scriptures of the great emperors engraved on the pages of the immortal gold books in this world. The person who wrote this Amitabha Sutra is amazing. Zhou Tong quickly browsed through the entire scroll and memorized all the words in his heart. Then he folded the scroll and put it close to his body. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the scroll quietly. Recalling the scroll, Zhou Tong immediately saw a Buddha surrounded by suns, moons, and stars in his mind. Sunlight, moonlight, and starlight were all added to this Buddha. This Buddha's eyes were slightly closed, and its expression was peaceful. Zhou Tong felt a sense of familiarity, as if it was his origin countless years ago. The profound meaning of the past is somewhat similar to the profound meaning of the beginning of Emperor Wu Shi, but it is also somewhat different. Zhou Tong carefully tasted the profound meaning of this Buddha. The profound meaning of the beginning of Emperor Wu Shi represented the beginning and origin. The profound meaning of the past of this Buddha also represented the beginning and origin. However, there was a huge difference between the two. The profound meaning of the past of this Buddha seemed to be more focused on people and the cultivator himself. The profound meaning of the past of Emperor Wu Shi was broader. It was the same for people, objects, and even the opponent's attacks. However, The profound meaning of the past of Emperor Wushi did not have such a great influence on himself. It could be said that the profound meaning of the beginning of Emperor Wushi and the profound meaning of the past of this Buddha were more like a complement each other. It doesn't matter whether they complement each other or not. I still don't know if the laws of the two worlds are interconnected. Zhou Tong quickly skipped this comparison and then began to comprehend the Amitabha Sutra. The Amitabha Sutra was actually a kind of visualization method, but some of the specific sutras explained in detail some of the things to pay attention to during visualization to prevent the later generations from going berserk. Zhou Tong had been meditating here for most of the day. It was now late at night. Men are born with good natures. Their natures are similar, but their habits are different. The old cunning fox's voice echoed from outside the cave. Zhou Tong looked in the direction of the sound and saw a bonfire not far from the cave. More than a dozen foxes surrounded the bonfire with books in their hands. The old fox was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. He shook his head and shouted a line of scripture every time he walked in a circle. He looked exactly like a teacher. The three-character classic. I didn't expect this world to have the three-character classic. The first part is exactly the same as what I know, but the second part is completely different, Zhou Tong thought to himself. He did not disturb the foxes. Instead, he looked up at the sky and memorized the positions of the stars in the sky. Then, he returned to the cave. He sat cross-legged on the ground and crossed his arms in front of his stomach. His thumbs were facing each other as he formed the Amitabha seal. Then, he thought about the starlight infusion. In fact, the so-called starlight infusion did not exist. This was the so-called visualization method. This visualization method was like the saying, looking at plum blossoms to quench one's thirst. Zhou Tong sat down and immediately calmed down. He entered a state of cultivation. In his visualization method, countless stars twinkled in the sky. Rays of starlight fell on top of his head and drilled into his body little by little. As soon as the starlight entered his brain, Zhou Tong immediately felt his whole body turn cold. He felt comfortable as if he was floating in the air. This was an incomparable feeling of intoxication. It was enough to make many cultivators with weak willpower fall at this step. All of this was an external demon. If one really became intoxicated, they would definitely die and their soul would scatter. In fact, many people who cultivated Tao techniques fell at this first step. Many people who boasted of their strong willpower were unable to resist this temptation. Of course, this did not include powerful beings like Zhou Tong. He completely ignored all kinds of comfortable feelings and directly went one step further to visualize the Golden Buddha. Soon, the Golden Buddha appeared. All of the visions disappeared at the same time. However, as Zhou Tong cultivated further, other visions quickly emerged. For example, his whole body was tingling, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, evil spirits. There were all kinds of strange illusions, but none of them could shake Zhou Tong's mind. Zhou Tong continued to visualize. At the same time, his qi and blood of the human immortal were also constantly nourishing his soul, causing his soul to grow at an incredible speed. According to the cultivation method of this world, the blood of the human body was yang, and the soul was yin. The soul and the body were like the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Martial arts cultivators integrated the yin of the soul into the blood, so that the soul and body became one, and their cultivation improved greatly. This was the method of using yin to nourish yang. Since there was a method of using yin to nourish yang, there was naturally a method of using yang to nourish yin. In fact, many people had to go through a checkpoint called corpse disintegration after becoming ghost immortals. This was the method of using yang to nourish yin. However, now, with Zhou Tong's qi and blood of the human immortal, even a slight fluctuation of qi and blood was enough to make his Tao technique cultivation improve to a higher level in an instant. For the whole night, he repeatedly cultivated the Amitabha Sutra. Finally, when the first ray of light shone in the morning, he suddenly had an impulse. He followed the impulse of his soul, buzz. His soul actually drilled out of the top of his head in an instant. The corporeal soul was exactly the same as Zhou Tong's. Looking around, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. In just the middle of the night, he had already achieved the result of many cultivators' decades of hard work, day wandering. Is this the day wandering realm? After Zhou Tong's soul came out of his body, he naturally wanted to feel the magic of this world's cultivation method. He immediately controlled his soul and walked around in a circle. When he felt that his soul was a little tired, he let it return to his physical body. When his soul returned to his physical body, Zhou Tong immediately felt that his soul was very comfortable and all his fatigue disappeared. It was because of this extremely terrifying human immortal qi and blood. The extremely pure human immortal qi and blood filled every corner of Zhou Tong's soul, constantly making his soul stronger. Stronger. Stronger still. Almost instantly, his soul began to expand rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he was about to break through to the next realm. Finally, suddenly, the Buddha that Zhou Tong himself had transformed into shone brightly. The vast light filled the entire universe, and heaven and earth were bright. The object disintegration realm. Success. I can be considered the only one to have cultivated object disintegration in the middle of the night, Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. In fact, Zhou Tong also knew that as long as he was willing, he could do it in one go and directly cultivate to the ghost immortal realm, or even directly undergo the thunder tribulation. However, he wanted to personally experience the whole process of this world's cultivation, so he deliberately slowed down and comprehended it one realm at a time. Chapter 633. I've succeeded in driving objects, but I don't know how powerful my divine soul is. Zhou Tong was also curious. But forget it, it's too noisy. He quickly shook his head, because according to the situation in this world, the power of the divine soul to drive objects was exactly half of the power of the body. His body was a human immortal, and even half of the power was enough to kill a martial sage with one punch. However, in the end, Zhou Tong still looked at the fragments of the heaven pillar stones around him curiously. These heaven pillar stones were the placenta that gave birth to his body. Maybe there would be a different feeling under the influence of the divine soul. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong's divine soul came out of his shell and directly grabbed the largest piece among the fragments. As soon as Zhou Tong's divine soul touched the stone, he immediately felt a strange feeling. He felt that this stone was like a human body, and his divine soul could enter it. Sensing this, his divine soul immediately drilled into the stone with a whoosh. What a comfortable feeling! As soon as Zhou Tong's divine soul entered the stone, he immediately felt that the surroundings were warm, as if he had returned to his mother's body and was being nurtured by these stones. What surprised him even more was that the pure yang qi in the stone was also slowly nurturing Zhou Tong's divine soul. It's worthy of being the placenta that gave birth to my body. I didn't expect that after I was born, it still has such a terrifying nurturing ability. Zhou Tong became more and more determined to refine these fragments into a brand new magic weapon. Don't worry, continue to cultivate. It's autumn now, and there's still half a year before next year's spring thunder. Zhou Tong was not in a hurry, but continued to cultivate little by little. For the next period of time, Zhou Tong accompanied the group of foxes, reading books and cultivating in this secluded valley every day. Of course, in return, he would occasionally teach these little foxes some of the principles in the books. There were a total of 100,000 books in this secluded valley. Zhou Tong would also actively read these ancient books in addition to his daily cultivation. Every day, he would be able to finish reading over 100 books. In a month's time, he would have read 3,000 books. Moreover, many of the books here were repetitive Buddhist scriptures and the like. It was said that there were 100,000 books, but excluding those repetitive books, there were actually only about 20,000 books. Zhou Tong had been cultivating for a month, and he had read almost 1/6 or 1/7 of it. Now, he was qualified enough to instruct these foxes. Of course, during this 1 month, he would go deep into the mountains to hunt from time to time. After all, the food of these foxes were basically peanuts, sweet potatoes, and the like. As a human immortal, what he cultivated, he basically consumed his blood and chi to nourish his soul. How could he eat such things all the time? He would definitely go into the mountains to hunt and eat some meat. And on this day, when Zhou Tong went out to hunt, he suddenly found a cave and drilled into it. He sealed the entrance of the cave and then sat cross-legged on the ground. In a month's time, I have successfully cultivated all the Taoist magic arts in the Amitabha Sutra. Now it's time to break through to the ghost immortal realm. Zhou Tong said softly. This time, hunting was not his real goal. Breaking through to the ghost immortal realm was his real goal. Buzz. After calming down, Zhou Tong mobilized the blood and chi of the human immortal in his body and poured it into his glabella, constantly nourishing his soul, making it constantly expand and become stronger. Then, countless specks of golden light appeared above his divine soul. Then, these specks of light continued to increase and finally connected together, turning into a golden kasaya with countless suns, moons, and stars on it that draped over his body. After that, his divine soul fluid gradually changed and finally turned into a Buddha. Countless thoughts turned into countless scriptures that twined around the Buddha. At this moment, Zhou Tong was like a Buddha sitting cross-legged in the center of the universe. Every word of the scriptures was like the sun, moon, and stars, revolving around him endlessly. And every breath of the Buddha was like the birth and death of the universe. Zhou Tong's transformation into such a Buddha also meant that he had reached the barrier of the ghost immortal realm. Breaking through to the ghost immortal realm requires the comprehension of life and death. Unfortunately, this is the thing I do not lack. Have I not experienced the life and death battle in the Shrouded Heaven world? I even had the experience of breaking through to the war immortal realm and living a second life. Zhou Tong did not have the slightest confusion or hesitation. He directly condensed his soul into the aperture point between his eyebrows. The aperture point between his eyebrows was one of the 108 apertures that opened at the beginning of this body's gestation. Zhou Tong had also studied it for a few months and could be considered to have figured out some of the abilities of this aperture point. Now, as soon as his soul entered this aperture point, it immediately turned into a baby. This baby was covered in golden light, just like a baby version of the Buddha. This baby was the Taoist's holy fetus. Zhou Tong cultivated the Amitabha Sutra. Naturally, the holy fetus he gave birth to was the baby version of the Buddha of the past. As soon as the holy fetus of the Buddha was formed, Zhou Tong immediately mobilized the essence and blood in his body, using yang to nourish yin. His soul was instantly nourished by the essence and blood of the physical body, yang qi and blood, and immediately underwent a qualitative change. At the same time, the feeling of nurturing a baby between his eyebrows became more and more real, as if his eyebrows had become a placenta giving birth to a baby. During this process, his soul was also stabilizing at a heaven-defying speed. It has to be said that Zhou Tong's worldly immortal body was really too heaven-defying. Pure yang qi and blood condensed, and in just a moment, the baby between Zhou Tong's eyebrows suddenly reached the limit. Then with a bang, it directly broke through. In an instant, a cloud of yin wind with wisps of yang qi appeared in the entire cave. It was vast and mighty, whistling in this place. This kind of aura was no longer like the aura of an ordinary ghost immortal. With yang qi in the mind, it was more like a ghost immortal who had gone through the thunder tribulation, and not a ghost immortal who had gone through 1 or 2 thunder tribulations. This was the soul, thought born from the worldly immortal's qi and blood. At this moment, the thought was almost visible to the naked eye, fluctuating violently, and there was even the sound of ghosts crying and gods howling. Under the influence of the powerful thought, countless strange phenomena appeared in the void. There were yikshas, rakshas, asuras, and all kinds of wisdom kings. They were all various Taoist techniques cultivated from the Amitabha Sutra. In the end, all the strange phenomena disappeared completely, leaving only a kasaya in the void, which was intertwined with the sun, moon, and starlight, as if the Buddha was sitting cross-legged in the eternal past. The shadow of the Buddha also disappeared quickly, and finally turned into countless complicated scriptures and mysterious symbols, and returned to calmness. Then, Zhou Tong's real face slowly walked out of the unpredictable strange phenomena. This kind of feeling was like turning from an illusion into reality, like rushing into the future. It was even more like going from a two-dimensional painting to a three-dimensional reality. It gave people an incomparable feeling of shock, and even more so, a feeling of being born from nothing into something. It was extremely mysterious. Chapter 634. Is this the ghost immortal realm? Zhou Tong's soul flew out of the cave and said softly. This was an unprecedented feeling. He felt as if his soul and physical body had been completely separated. Not only had the power of his soul skyrocketed, more importantly, his soul had completely separated from his physical body. He had even taken over someone else's body. In the cultivation method of the shrouding the heavens world, even if the primordial spirit leaves the body, there is no such feeling. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, thinking about the difference between the cultivation systems of the two worlds that could cause such a situation. Zhou Tong's primordial spirit had left his body more than once in the process of cultivation, but he had never felt such a feeling of separation between the primordial spirit and the body. And most importantly, in the process of cultivating the shrouding the heavens method, even if the body was destroyed, as long as the primordial spirit was still there, a new body could be created. On the other hand, if the primordial spirit was destroyed, but the body was not damaged, it was very likely that the body would give birth to a new primordial spirit after countless years. But the ghost immortals of the Yang God world were different. If the body died, they would change to a new body. As long as it was a fetus, it would not be much different from their previous body. If the soul was destroyed, it was impossible for the body to give birth to a new soul. In the cultivation method of this world, the separation between the body and the soul was too serious. Perhaps this is the reason why the cultivation method of this world requires the help of the will of all living beings to reach the other side. Zhou Tong had some guesses in his heart. No longer thinking about it, Zhou Tong's soul returned to the body. When the soul returned to the body, he immediately felt that the body was very weak, which was a sign of the consumption of qi and blood. After becoming a ghost immortal, the body would feel like it had been drained of yang qi. If it was an ordinary person, without deliberately supplementing it with tonic medicine, the body would gradually weaken until it died. Even Zhou Tong's worldly immortal body needed to be nourished. When he broke through to the ghost immortal realm, he absorbed too much pure yang qi and blood from this body, which made the body much weaker. Although his fleshly body was much weaker, Zhou Tong also understood that after he cultivated to the ghost immortal realm, his divine soul was no ordinary divine soul. He was completely capable of clashing with those ghost immortals who had undergone several lightning tribulations. Let's not think about this for now. I should go hunting and replenish my vitality first. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then his spirit once again came out of his shell. With just a few thoughts, a mighty warm wind violently blew across the entire West Mountain. For a moment, a trace of warmth appeared in the West Mountain, which was already late autumn. So this is the power of a ghost immortal. With just a slight sweep of his mind, he instantly knows the entire situation of the West Mountains. Zhou Tong thought to himself, after becoming a ghost immortal, he finally had some means of cultivation. He was no longer like before, where he only relied on his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Hunting is much more convenient. Zhou Tong quickly locked onto a sturdy black bear. With a sweep of his divine sense, an invisible gust of wind immediately formed and swept the black bear into the air. No matter how the black bear roared and flailed its limbs, it was unable to break free. Boom! Soon, the black bear fell heavily from the air and landed right in front of Zhou Tong. At the same time, Zhou Tong's spirit returned to his body. He casually began to deal with the black bear. Patter! After dealing with the black bear's carcass, Zhou Tong pointed his finger. The air distorted and countless rays of light converged at his fingertip, turning into a spark. Then, with a flick of his finger, a cluster of sparks fell directly on the bear's carcass. In an instant, the hot air around the bear's carcass distorted the air. However, the bear's carcass was not charred at all. The flames slowly seeped into the bear's flesh and blood. This was the true sun fire condensed by Zhou Tong's enormous divine sense. Moreover, his control was extremely subtle. The flames seeped into every corner of the bear's meat and instantly roasted the entire black bear. A meaty aroma wafted out. The Ghost Immortal was simply a qualitative change from before. The use and power of various Taoist techniques were simply incomparable to before. When I go back, I can refine those God's stone fragments into weapons. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he ate the bear's meat. In a moment, the bear was completely eaten by Zhou Tong. His slightly weak body gradually recovered a little. However, it was only a little. Without any spiritual medicine or some special cultivation method, it was very difficult for him to return to his previous state. The feeling of the Ghost Immortal's body and spirit being separated may be caused by something being extracted from a body. What's more, the thing being extracted is definitely not just the blood chi, but something deeper. Zhou Tong looked inside his body, trying to find some differences between the Yang spirit system and the Heaven shrouding method. After personally cultivating to the Ghost Immortal realm and meditating for a while, Zhou Tong had roughly guessed something. When he became a Ghost Immortal, he must have extracted some unknown things from his physical body and integrated them into his divine soul. That was why there was such a feeling of separation between his physical body and divine soul. The cultivators in this world did not understand this kind of thing because they did not have another set of cultivation system to refer to. In their opinion, it was natural for the body to gradually weaken after cultivating to the Ghost Immortal level. It was just like mortals eating and drinking, so they would not study why it was like this. I'm afraid that only after cultivating to the Yang spirit can I be qualified to explore the answer. However, if I want to really understand it, I'm afraid I'll have to return to my original body. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Zhou Tong temporarily put aside this doubt, then got up and found a cow and a sheep in the mountains. After eating and drinking, his blood chi temporarily recovered a little. He then directly returned to the deep valley. After greeting the group of foxes in the deep valley, Zhou Tong directly found his bag, carried it on his back, and strode out. Are you leaving? Seeing Zhou Tong carrying a bag this time, the old fox was also very surprised. No, you haven't finished reading the books here. Zhou Tong shook his head. It's just that it's time to deal with these things. For more than a month, you must have been very uncomfortable. Zhou Tong patted his bag and smiled. In the past month, with these godstone fragments nearby, these foxes could be said to have neglected their cultivation of Taoist magic arts. Because the yang qi contained in these godstone was too terrifying, and these little foxes' Taoist magic arts were not very strong. Facing such stones, even at night, they felt as if it was daytime. The old fox was a little embarrassed and did not say anything. How could he not know that these godstone fragments had a huge impact on their cultivation? It was just that he was embarrassed to say it because of his face. Zhou Tong smiled. This old fox had really learned the human's habit of caring about face. I'll be back soon, Zhou Tong said and then strode away. Chapter 635. After leaving the secluded valley, Zhou Tong truly used the means of a human immortal. It was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. Every step he took was almost a mile away. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away from the Jade Capital. The Jade Capital was the capital of the Great Qin Dynasty. It was also the core of the Great Qin Dynasty. It was also the focus of countless large forces. If he were to cause trouble here, wouldn't it be the same as announcing his existence to everyone? Zhou Tong wasn't that foolish. He was very clear that there were actually a few large forces hidden in this world. Especially in the heaven beyond heaven, it was filled with human immortals. If he were to expose his existence at this time, there would probably be people coming to find him very quickly. There is also Taoist creation and longevity emperor. These two fellows had always been paying attention to the entire world. If someone out of their expectations really appeared, Zhou Tong wasn't sure if they would suddenly make a move. In this world where there were schemes everywhere, in this world where there were big shots constantly plotting, before reaching a certain level of strength, it was better to lay low. After leaving the Jade Capital, he came to a barren mountain. He composed himself and used his means. Thoughts flew out from the center of Zhou Tong's brows and shot into the sky. Boom! Suddenly, the sky cracked open as if a gap had been opened. Endless flames descended from the sky, flowing and spinning, turning into a fiery cloud that stretched for dozens of miles. This was the secret technique of the Amitabha Sutra, Great Sun Buddha Fire. In an instant, the raging flames soared into the sky. The entire sky was scorching hot. The scorching flames surged up and down like a vast ocean. The waves of fire were like 1,000 layers of raging waves that swept through the sky. Then, the sea of fire began to condense towards the center. It was as if there was a black hole in the center of the sea of fire that devoured all the flames. Finally, the flames condensed into something that looked like a pill. It was as big as a longan and as bright as the sun. It was like a condensed core of the sun. This was the Great Sun Pearl. When the Great Sun Buddha Fire was cultivated to an extremely high level, one would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the sun's movement in the universe and turn the sun true fire into a pearl, which would be the Great Sun Pearl. When ordinary cultivators used Tao technique flames, they would condense the rays of the sun in the void into flames. Such flames were far less practical than Zhou Tong's, where he directly refined the flames into a great sun treasure pearl. As for the power of the flames, it was far inferior to the great sun treasure pearl. At this moment, an endless amount of light and heat was being emitted from the pill. It was as if there were raging flames flowing inside the pearl. Refined. With a thought, Zhou Tong's Great Sun Pearl's flame landed on the scattered god stone shards. Under Zhou Tong's control, the originally fierce flames were like flowing water. They slowly flowed on the god stone fragment. At the same time, more light in the void was attracted and moved in sync with it, flowing on the god stone fragment. But in the face of such flames, the god stone fragment only turned red from the heat and did not show any signs of melting. In such a state, it was impossible to refine equipment. As expected, my reincarnation on this stone can be considered to have improved the quality of this stone a step further. Even using such a method is difficult to refine. Zhou Tong praised in his heart. As expected of the divine striking stone, it was truly difficult to refine. One long, the sky trembled again, and endless clouds of fire formed. The flames flowed like waves, and soon, the second great sun pearl was formed. Following that, the third, the fourth. Only when the 9 great sun pearls were completely formed did the god stone fragment gradually melt, turning into a jade-like liquid. This liquid gathered, refined, and condensed, forming a jade-like liquid that was about the size of a fist. What kind of equipment should I refine? Zhou Tong was a little hesitant. Currently, his strongest strength was still the worldly immortal stage. Even though his worldly immortal stage body was weakened by his advancement to the ghost immortal stage, it was still comparable to at least a 4th tribulation ghost immortal. Like the other worldly immortals, should I refine a set of armor? Zhou Tong suddenly thought of this. These god stones were originally his placenta and it was very suitable to refine a set of armor that covered his entire body. No, why would I need ordinary armor or weapons? As the god-striking stone's divine embryo, I can absorb all kinds of stone materials to advance and strengthen myself. I myself am the best godly equipment. Why would I need other things? As for other godly equipment, one punch is enough to shatter it. Zhou Tong quickly decided on what to refine. Let's refine a palace with the characteristics of this world. Zhou Tong chuckled, and his thoughts changed. Boom! This jade-like liquid started to flow, and then turned into a palace. Especially when the palace was formed, Zhou Tong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of worldly immortal stage blood onto the palace. Pure yang qi burst out, but quickly converged back into his body. Dang! A clear sound rang out, like the sound of gold and jade. This palace was now only the size of a fist, and it was dark green all over. It looked a bit like jade, translucent and bright. At a glance, one could tell that it was a treasure, and one could not help but want to hold it in one's hand to play with it. After Zhou Tong's refinement, the yang qi was finally restrained, and it no longer emitted the aura of the great sun. This size is just right. Zhou Tong's hand that was holding the palace shook slightly, and a supreme suppressive force immediately spread out along with the aura of the great sun buzz. The void shook violently, and layers of ripples spread out in all directions, like the waves of the sea rolling up 1,000 snowflakes. It was like a hurricane, destroying all obstacles and scattering the clouds in the sky. In this terrible tremor, there was a true meaning of the eternal and unmoving past. This was the true meaning of the past that Zhou Tong had comprehended during his time studying the Amitabha Sutra. Now that it was added to the palace, it carried an indescribable ancient aura. Good. Zhou Tong's face lit up with joy. This palace contained the true meaning of the past, and it could suppress all things, making it eternal and unmoving. Next, I'll find the Sutra of Future Lifeless and absorb its future meaning. Perhaps I'll find the Mysterious Sky Mansion's Mysterious Sky Dark Record and absorb its end meaning. This palace might be able to evolve a profound meaning that is different from Emperor Wu Shi's, Zhou Tong said expectantly. This palace should contain my Tao of this world, so I'll call it the Tao Palace. Zhou Tong casually put away the palace. He had no choice. He had not yet passed the lightning tribulation, and he had not yet comprehended the profound meaning of the world with a thought of the fourth lightning tribulation. The various mysterious powers of this palace had not yet taken shape. Right now, it could only be considered a powerful weapon. Only after Zhou Tong passed the lightning tribulation and continued to refine, would he be able to make it even more mysterious. It's time to go back and continue reading. The scholars in this world are also very strong. Some of them have read to a certain level, and even if they have not cultivated before, they can directly fly and pass the 7 lightning tribulations with a thought. Zhou Tong turned around and walked back to the West Mountain. Chapter 636. After refining the Tao Palace, Zhou Tong returned to the valley. However, as soon as he came back, he saw a woman standing in the middle of a group of foxes. These foxes surrounded her and chirped. This woman looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. She wore a pink palace dress and had a slender figure. She was graceful and had a kind of breathtaking beauty. It was already late autumn, and the mountains were even colder. This woman was wearing such thin clothes, which was enough to show that she was extraordinary. It seems that she should be one of the 8 great demon immortals, concubine Yuan. Zhou Tong understood. In this yang god world, humans were not the only ones who could cultivate. Some animals who had opened their spiritual wisdom and were extremely talented were not much worse than humans in cultivation. If some animals cultivated into ghost immortals, they would be called demon immortals in this world. There were currently 8 most famous demon immortals in this world. They were the Peacock King, the Heavenly Snake King, the White Ape King, the Golden Spider King, the Silver Shark King, the Black Wolf King, the Divine Eagle King, and the Sweetie Fox King. These 8 were collectively known as the 8 Great Demon Immortals. Concubine Yuan was one of the 8 Great Demon Immortals, Sweetie Fox King. Of course, after animals cultivated into ghost immortals, they would also face the same predicament. That was, their physical bodies would gradually decline. Therefore, demon immortals were basically reincarnated into human fetuses. This was the case for Concubine Yuan. She reincarnated into the Prairie Empire to the north of the Great Qian Dynasty, the imperial family of Yuan II, and became the princess of a country. Hello, fellow Taoist Zhou Tong. My name is Concubine Yuan. Concubine Yuan also saw Zhou Tong. She immediately walked over and nodded at him with a smile. When she came here, she had already communicated with the old fox and the little fox here. She knew that there was such an unfathomable martial arts master reading books here as a guest. Moreover, from time to time, he would also give pointers to the little fox here. From the information obtained from the old fox, Concubine Yuan could temporarily confirm that Zhou Tong did not seem to have any ulterior motives toward their fox clan. He even had some goodwill, so she directly greeted him. So it's the world-famous Sweetie Fox King. Zhou Tong nodded slightly, and then his eyes lit up. Since I started cultivating, I have never communicated with anyone. Since I've met fellow Taoist Concubine Yuan today, I might as well teach you a thing or two. As he spoke, Zhou Tong waved his arm and a strong gust of wind swept over, blowing all the old and young foxes several miles away. Then, the gust of wind turned into a canopy that enveloped the area within a radius of several miles. What? Wind of Yanghe? A lightning tribulation expert. Concubine Yuan was shocked, revealing a trace of horror. According to the information she obtained from the group of foxes, the person in front of her should be a martial arts expert of the secular world. Moreover, it was very likely that he was an expert who had cultivated to the level of martial saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to erupt with such a terrifying burst of qi and blood to knock out those little foxes. But now, it seemed that this person was actually a Taoist master. Who exactly were you in your previous life? Imperial Concubine Yuan asked. Without a doubt, the person in front of him was a ghost immortal, and it was very likely that he had passed the lightning tribulation. However, after cultivating to become a ghost immortal, the original physical body would weaken bit by bit because it had absorbed too much pure yang qi and blood. It was basically impossible to cultivate to the level of martial saint. Ordinary ghost immortals would directly disintegrate at this time and reincarnate with their divine soul. The physical body of the second life could be polished and nourished from a young age. Only then could they cultivate to the level of martial saint again. What previous life do I have? However, whether you can see anything from my Taoist techniques will depend on your own ability. Zhou Tong chuckled and waved his hand. Suddenly, 5 demon gods appeared in the 5 directions of Imperial Concubine Yuan. They were the Yiksha King, the Rakshasa King, the Azura King, the Vajra King, and the Destroyer King. Yiksha King, Rakshasa King, Azura King, Vajra King, Destroyer King. You are a remnant of the great Zen temple. Imperial Concubine Yuan exclaimed. At the same time, a cold aura instantly erupted from her body. In an instant, this area seemed to have turned into a snowfield in the North Pole. It was bone-chilling. The 5 demon gods that Zhou Tong had displayed were instantly frozen. Vaguely, Zhou Tong saw a boundless ice field. In the endless distance, there was an iceberg. The entire place was deathly still and frozen. There was not the slightest trace of life. Not bad ice power, but it's still not enough. Zhou Tong's thoughts instantly turned into the bright flames of the Amitabha Sutra. In an instant, all the ice power was dispelled. However, just as he dispelled it, an even more terrifying chill attacked him. This chill could freeze heaven and earth. A vast white world of ice and snow instantly descended and froze everything. The world was in a great depression. This was a kind of extreme cold. Where Zhou Tong stood, all the rocks and vegetation in the vicinity were all frozen and turned into powder. What a great will of extermination of heaven and earth. Zhou Tong's face was filled with joy. Imperial concubine Yuan's ice power was vaguely different from the taste of Zhou Tong's Amitabha Sutra. He activated the Great Sun Buddha fire and blasted out a thought. Boom! The two forces of extreme cold and extreme heat collided in the void. In an instant, ripples erupted and spread in all directions. The layer of qi shield that Zhou Tong had set up earlier shook nonstop, as if there were millions of sword qi rumbling. Even outside the qi shield, the big and small foxes were all horrified and collapsed to the ground. This is just a collision of thoughts, and it has such a terrifying power. This old man misjudged. I didn't expect him to be a ghost immortal. The old fox was extremely shocked. If not for the protection of this layer of qi shield, he would have been killed by the aftershock. Miss Imperial Concubine Yuan, let's stop here. How about it? Zhou Tong said after dispersing Imperial Concubine Yuan's ice power with one blow. At the same time, he also put away the qi shield that shrouded the vicinity. Imperial Concubine Yuan was stunned. Then, she looked at Zhou Tong with some vigilance, but her expression was slightly better than before. After all, she was clear that she had used all her strength in those two blows, and the other party seemed to have only used a portion of his strength. It seemed that he was really testing her strength. Who are you, and what are your intentions? What are your intentions for deliberately approaching us? Imperial Concubine Yuan frowned slightly and asked again, Miss Imperial Concubine Yuan, why do you have to think of people so complicatedly? Zhou Tong shook his head and said with a smile, I just want to sit down and discuss Tao with Miss Imperial Concubine Yuan. The Tao technique that Miss Imperial Concubine used just now had a kind of will to freeze heaven and earth. I wonder if you can teach me? Imperial Concubine Yuan was stunned and looked at Zhou Tong with a strange expression. I really don't know if you really don't know, or if you're pretending not to know. How can you ask about Tao techniques when you meet? If I ask you this, are you willing to teach me your Tao techniques? If Miss Imperial Concubine wants to learn, why not? As long as you can take out a matching Tao technique, we can exchange it fairly. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. What we cultivators seek between us is to live a long life and see a long time, to obtain the Tao and Yang spirit. Mutual exchange is the fastest way to progress. As long as Tao techniques can be improved, why should we care about other small things? Imperial Concubine Yuan stared carefully at Zhou Tong for a long time, and finally sighed. It's been a long time since I've seen someone like you who seeks the Tao. Since ancient times, all the sects and clans have treasured themselves. There has never been a person who thinks like you. So in ancient times, Yang spirits were everywhere, but now Tao techniques have withered. Zhou Tong said leisurely, Fine, since you want to know, let's exchange Tao techniques. Imperial Concubine Yuan pondered for a while, and finally agreed to Zhou Tong's request. She could also see that Zhou Tong's Tao technique seemed to be somewhat opposite to her own Tao technique. Her own was ice and nirvana, while Zhou Tong's was fire and light. Moreover, she could vaguely sense that his Tao technique seemed to be even more profound than hers. So she agreed to the exchange. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.